Good morning traders. What is up and what's going on? Ladies and gentlemen, how are we all doing this morning? Welcome back to the best trading community in the world, because you guys know you make it the best, don't you? Oh yes you do. So hit me with a big old good morning. How we doing today? I hope we're having a wonderful Thursday morning, and I hope you guys had a wonderful night as well. As you guys know, this is the last trading day of the week. The market is closed tomorrow for Good Friday. So today we need to treat it like a Friday, right? Identify the opportunity, lock in those quick profits, get out, because maybe we see that volume die on off. Who knows? Maybe it's a hot day in the market, but we do need to treat today like a Friday because it is the last trading day of the week, guys. All right, so just be mindful about that. Market's closed tomorrow, but we will be showing up, right? I'll be in chat around 8 to 8:30. We'll go live on YouTube. We'll have some fun for about an hour and a half to about 2 hours. And we'll just do some one-on-one work. We'll review some trades, get prepared for next week, do some lessons, drop some value bombs like we always do, and we'll have some fun. Use that time wisely and spend a couple hours together tomorrow, even though the market's closed. So make sure you guys are here if you guys want to be here. And maybe we do some giveaways and some promos and have some fun with it, right? On a beautiful little Good Friday before Easter Sunday. So hit me with a big old good morning. We got J DOS up inside the chat. AZJ Dub, what's up, buddy? Kids King, Arlene, good morning. Leon, Rod, Adam, Crypto, Cole, Spaz, what's up, buddy? Stir, Steve, again, welcome to the team. Woo! Corey, Kevin, how are we all doing today, ladies and gentlemen? Welcome back. I hope you guys are fired up, ready for an awesome day in the market. Hit me with a big old good morning if you are on the YouTube. Mr. Joey, what's up, buddy? How we doing? Ed Nevis, the man, the myth, the legend. What's up, Cody? John, Luxury Trims, Scott, Carla, Mexoids, John Holmes. What's up, guys and girls? Good morning, and once again, happy Thursday. It is April 14th, 9:04 in the markets, and we're just gonna dive into it. We're gonna dive into it, talk about what we have going on for the day. Where is the best of the best of the best opportunity to lock in those big old profits? Let's go ahead and dive into today's watch list, guys. All right, so number one, as you guys know, is gonna be VERU. This stock is on fire. VERU, what a nice big day yesterday, from 10 bucks all the way up towards around 14.58, hitting those post-market highs of 16.78. Now VERU is just absolutely ripping and running this week, right? Monday had a really nice day to the upside on Monday, and what really started to get this stock going, right, where they had that really good press release that their drug candidate was reducing deaths by 55% in hospitalized patients with COVID-19. And that was out of their phase 3 study. So you had a lot of great keywords in that press release, right? Announcing positive data from their phase 3 trial, their phase 3 study. That alone is a hot keyword, but then you really dissect this. Reducing deaths, right? Pretty big thing, right? Reducing deaths by 55% in hospitalized patients that have COVID-19, and that's what got this thing going. Again, Tuesday, gap up, a little bit of a red day there. Obviously, we have some profit taking, and then a nice little follow through yesterday, and we are currently gapping up this morning in pre-market. So VERU still needs to be kept on high watch, because it's very clear, guys, that 80% of the volume, 80% of the focus, right? 80% of that activity is currently still on VERU. So right now, if we can break over that post-market high of 17, dyslexia. If we can break over that post-market high of 1678, our next targets here on VERU, I would say would be up towards around like 1846, right? Somewhere right around the 1846 level. We break over that 1846, looking at this daily chart, I mean, we could see it up towards around the high 19s, right around 20 bucks. And then anything over 20, guys, we could still see this thing take on off to 21.63, $23.18, and possibly even retesting that all-time high of 24.57. Support right now is back down at $14.58 at this point in time here on VERU. If we ever do crack below that 14.50, 14.58 level, you could see it come back down towards around $13.50. But to really show some strength here, to really prove that this stock is going to have a nice green day and rip and run and get that potential break over 16.78, I'd really like to see it hold above, $15, ideally $15 psychological support. But at the lowest, 14.58. Now, if we start cracking that 14.58, we start dumping on down towards around 13.50, it may not get that big time move. But as long as we hold on up here, ideally above 15, start to see that volume, and we do get that 16.78 break, this thing has so much potential to 18.46, high 19s, anything over 20, 21.63, 23.18, and 24.57 on VERU. It's safe to say that right now, this is going to be our #1 stock to watch out of the gates. We definitely want to be watching KLDO again. All right, now KLDO doesn't have a good press release, right? They're voluntarily delisting their stock and their shares, right? And so that's why the stock dumped on down. So why in the world was it bouncing yesterday, right? Why in the world was it a stock that we were looking to trade? It's a dead cat bounce. The stock fell so quick, so fast, that if there were a lot of shorts in the stock and they start covering, well, those are buy orders. And when there's buy orders, that's going to push the stock up. And then you have traders looking for what we call a dead cat bounce, where they're just looking to buy this at a very extreme low for a possible little bounce on up, a little bit of a green day. And that's what we saw yesterday on KLDO, was traders jumping in for that possible dead cat bounce opportunity. And then looking at this, there could be a lot of short sellers here after that news, really pushing this down to the extreme lows, well below 20 cents. And they may have been covering their position as well. And that's another reason as to why we probably saw that stock have a pretty decent day from 20 cents to 50 cents. Gave a lot back yesterday, right? This was a good trade. We did take this trade. It was profitable on KLDO. And right now, we are gapping up again. We gave a lot back yesterday, back down towards around 25 cents in post-market. Nice big push here this morning in pre-market, back above 35 cents. And it's looking good. It may break 50 cents today, guys. It definitely showing some potential to possibly break above that 50 cent level. And if this does break above 50 cents, I mean, this thing could really take on off. I mean, really could start really taking on off here. Maybe up to 75 cents and up towards around that 80-cent level here, guys. Right now on KLDO, play it smart, play it safe. The press release is really bad, but if there's opportunity, if there's volume and there's action, we can definitely trade this stock, guys. Support right now, 35 cents at this point in time here on KLDO, right around 35 cents, with top resistance being 50 cents. If this stock ever breaks 50 cents, I would not be surprised if it starts squeezing to the upside. It has so much potential to possibly see 75 cents and 88 cents. So another top stock that we definitely need to be watching today. PBTS. Right now with PBTS, I was not able to find any catalysts, right? I wasn't able to find any news, any filings. Looking at the daily chart, I mean, is there a clear technical formation that suggests, you know, why this stock is currently gapping up 32%? I couldn't see anything. So if you guys were able to find a catalyst here on PBTS, please let me know. But I was doing some due diligence and research this morning, and I could not find any reason as to why this stock was up 40% at one point in time. But there is volume here on PBTS, high relative volume. We're trading 15 million shares. On average, we trade 2 million shares. It's a nice low float stock as well. The last press release that we had was on the 30th of March, like 2 weeks ago. So it's definitely not that press release we had 2 weeks ago. It's not momentum. It's not a prior day mover that's been moving consistently. I didn't see any news. I didn't see any filings. So we got to really play this safe. The last thing that we want to see this stock do is be a random pre-market pump and an intraday dump, right? There are a lot of times that there's just one stock grinding up on light volume in pre-market. It catches attention and it starts really moving well. But when the market opens, it usually dumps on off. It's a pre-market pump followed by an intraday dump. That's the last thing that we want to see here on PBTS, is looking to buy this out of the gate and just watch it fade and fall. There is no real reason for the stock to currently be up. But as long as it does hold on up and it doesn't dump on down, we could see some opportunity with PBTS. Just be mindful that there's no catalyst. There's no reason for the stock to be up, you know, 30% at this point in time. So play it safe, but again, there is high relative volume. It is a low float stock, and it could move today, and it could provide us with some opportunity. So definitely keep this one on watch. All right, support right now, if we really dissect this here on PBTS, we would see some support right around those two moving averages. So I'm trying to really, there we go. We got like 35 cent support right around that 20 EMA. It also happens to be some daily support as well. And we could see this hold on up above that 36 cent level as well, which is the 50 SMA. We do have some light resistance now. Since we're below this level, it was support. Now it's going to be a little bit of resistance, right? Right around this 42 cent level. 42 cents is a lot of resistance on the daily, right? So if we are below 42 cents, we do have room to fall down towards around 37 cents. Cracking below 37 cents, it has room down to around 34 cents here on PBTS. But if this stock does break and hold back above 42, then it could get back up towards around 47 cents on PBTS. But be mindful, there's no reason for the stock to be moving. And the last thing we want to do is be chasing this out of the gate and it just be one of those, you know, pre-market pumps and intraday dumps, right? We got to find a catalyst. There needs to be a strong reason for a stock to be moving. If not, we just need to be mindful of that. So PBTS, definitely going to watch it, but just be careful, okay? We have better opportunity with KLDO. We have much better opportunity with VERU at this point in time. We got BRQS currently moving on up. BRQS currently starting to get some action here. So what do we have? 9 o'clock has successfully purchased a 5G license with Qualcomm. All right, so here we go. BRQS. We do have a press release here this morning. BRQS. And right now, we are currently up about 42% here on BRQS. BRQS, adding that to the watch list. We do have a press release. We are trading 2 times the average volume in the last 13 minutes. So again, we've traded almost 18 million shares in 13 minutes. On average, you trade about 9 million shares. It's a larger float stock, right? It's 126 million in float, but it's a cheap stock. It's 25 cents. So we know this stock still could rip and run today. Right now, you're gonna have a little bit of resistance right around 27 cents. We can see a lot of daily support, a little bit of resistance, and the 50 SMA right at 27 cents, right? So we need to be breaking 27 cents to get the next leg up. Now, where would the next leg up take us to? I would say right around 34 cents on BRQS. And I would say right now, one of your better levels of support would be back down towards around 21 cents here on BRQS. So let's keep this one on watch, right around 20 to 21 cent support. Top resistance, 27 cents, right around that 50 SMA. If we do break the 50 SMA and we are going to get that volume for the next leg up, we could see it up towards around 34 cents here on BRQS. So another top stock that we should be watching right out of the gate. The rest of these stocks that I'm getting ready to talk about are back burners. We're not going to spend too much time breaking these down. If they start moving today and they start setting up, then absolutely we'll get more prepared. We'll do some due diligence and see if we have any opportunity to lock in some profits. But right now, all of these stocks are back burners. ATER, it is a back burner stock. I do think we'll continue to see this fall on off. And why do I think that? Well, number one, we just went about 70% in 2 days. The stock went from less than $4, about $3.90, all the way up to $6.64 in 2 trading sessions. That's about a 70% increase in 2 days into a very strong level of resistance, the 200 SMA. Anytime that this stock pops up into the 200 SMA, it pulls back. 200 SMA, it pulls back. 200 SMA, it pulls back. Here we go again, right into that 200 SMA, boom, big red day. Not quite to the 200 SMA, but boom, selling on off. So what do you think's gonna happen? Well, number one, the stock's up 70% into a very strong level of resistance. We already saw some initial profit taking yesterday, and I think we can continue to see that profit taking into today, driving this back down to $5, possibly even back down towards around 475 and 450. So be careful with ATER. I would think today would be another profit taking day, as we already hit that very strong level of resistance and we're already up 70% in 2 days. I would think traders are going to start locking in some profits here. And I do think we could see this pull back just a little bit lower. Right now, definitely down towards around $5 support. So be careful, be smart, trade safe. It's still on watch just in case it starts moving today. But like I said, I think we'd see more of a red day. CRXT, right? So CRXT, they had news on the 6th that they saw positive results from their lymphoma treatment. There's no fresh news today. Again, the last press release was on the 6th, so about a week ago. But right now, CRXT is currently gapping on up. So this is just like, right, PBTS, right? There was news last week, 2 weeks ago. The stock is moving up. The stock has high relative volume. But there's not a fresh catalyst today as to why this stock is moving on up with high relative volume. So it's one of those back burner stocks. We are going to keep it on watch, but we need to be mindful that the last press release was a week ago. But we are above a pretty solid level of daily resistance, right? We have a lot of this daily support right around 122. We have a lot of this resistance and a lot of these daily dojis right around 122 and our 20 EMA. So if we do stay above 122 on CRXT and we see some volume move in off this level, we could see a nice little day here on CRXT, right? We could see it potentially back up towards around 150 and then up towards around 162, right? So all we're doing is just looking to see if CRXT is going to hold above 122 support. If it holds above 122 support and it sets up for an opportunity to go long, we know we have potential to 150 and then 162, but right now at this point in time, it's a back burner as there's better opportunity out there. Not going to talk too much about VALN, so we're going to go ahead and take VALN off the watch list. We are going to watch AIRG. All right, so AIRG gets a multi-million-dollar contract with a major utility to deploy Airg and Crxt, whatever that is. So again, what we need to take away from this press release is they secured a multi-million-dollar contract. That's a pretty good press release on AIRG. Now, AIRG had the press release last night, went from around 7 to 880. And we don't have a lot of volume, so that's one thing I want to point out is the volume is very, very, very light at this point in time, but we do have a technical formation, right? You have one big falling wedge on this stock, okay? So I just want you to keep this on watch. If it ever does break out of this wedge, this falling wedge, and we have some volume move in, we could really start to see this thing take on back off. we do have some potential to get to, I would say, right around like 840, and then back up into the 865 to 880 level here on AIRG. And right now at this point in time, I would say your best level of support would be right around this 752 level, right? It's a daily low, a lot of daily support, and it's your 20 EMA, right around the 752. So we could continue to consolidate, move lower, move lower, move lower, get really close to that 752 level, see some volume move in, break out of this falling wedge to the upside, and that would get some action. That would generate some attention here and bring in some potential volume up to $8, $8.40, $8.65 to $8.80. Right now, the simple fact that there's like literally no volume. That's why it's a back burner stock at this point in time. But if we do see that volume move in and we do see this breakout of this technical formation, we need to get prepared, and we definitely need to be ready to go to potentially lock in some great profits here on AIRG. Now we have a couple mid-candle breakouts today, guys, right? First mid-candle breakout today, we're gonna be talking about EVTL. EVTL has bottom support at $8. Right now, we want to see the stock breaking yesterday's open right around 869. I'm going to say 875. And why 875? Well, 875 is just one of those weird price levels that act as support and resistance for penny stocks, right? The 875 rule. Now, if you guys don't know about the 875 rule, go watch that lesson in the video lessons library. But over my trading career, I've noticed that $8.75 with a lot of these penny stocks hold on up as strong resistance and strong support. It's not 9, it's not 8, it's 8.75. Pretty random, but we've seen that trend and we've seen that consistency. So I would say breaking over yesterday's open as well as 8.75, that's when we want to get involved. That's when we could see some action for this potential mid-candle breakout. We do have room to 976 to $10, right? So your resistance is going to be between that 976 and $10 level here on EVTL. And then if this is a true mid-candle breakout, we could potentially see it back up towards around Tuesday's spiking high of 1195. So first mid-candle breakout, we definitely need to be keeping on high watch to see if that's going to play on out. And then our second mid-candle breakout is going to be HSTO. All right, so HSTO has bottom support down towards around 34 cents. We do want to see this stock breaking above 40 cents, which is yesterday's high. That's going to bring in that volume, right? But there's not a lot of big time opportunity on this stock, right? So if you do see this breaking yesterday's spiking high, you'd have to look to lock in some profits around 41 cents, 42 cents. I mean, that's 2 cents of profit potential. That's not really exciting. You could see it up towards around 46 cents. Now it's getting a little exciting, right? From 40 to 46 cents. I mean, that's about a 15% move if we do indeed see this mid-candle play on out. And then what really gets me excited is if we really break that 47 level and we start hitting 50, breaking 50, possibly up towards around that 200 SMA, right? So again, if we are looking for this mid-candle breakout, we want to start to see it breaking yesterday's high. You have room into Tuesday's close right around 42 cents. And where I really get excited with HSTO is if we really start breaking that 42 cent level, because we have a lot of potential right around 46 to 47 cents to potentially retest Tuesday's spiking high. All right, guys. So with that being said, watch HSTO for that possible mid-candle breakout. Watch EVTL for that possible mid-candle breakout as well. We're watching AIRG above 750 support, potentially breaking out of this falling wedge to get some action to the upside. CRXT above 122. Maybe we see it set up for a nice little move to 150 and 162. ATER, another back burner stock. I do expect to see more selling today, but just in case we don't see selling, we do have it on watch in case it does start ripping and running again. We are watching PBTS. That's the risky stock with no news, but it is on watch at this point in time because we do have high relative volume, and it's a low float stock. But the top stocks I think we should be watching out of the gate would be KLDO, VERU, and BRQS. All right, guys, so we have a little bit of time. We got about 6 minutes to go. Is there any stock that you guys are currently looking at that I did not talk about that you want to take a peek at real quick before 9:30? Catherine, good morning. morning. What's up, Spaz? How we doing? Ricksta, what's up, Ricksta? Chris, Zero, Crypto, Cole, George, what's up, guys? How we all doing? Good morning and happy Thursday. So right now we are all set, ready to rock and roll, guys. Again, treat today like Friday. Come in, get prepared, look to lock in your profits, make those monies. Yeah, make those monies and make it happen, guys. Let's make it happen. As you guys can tell, I'm a little out of it today, right? You probably see like, all right, he's not as motivated. He's not as energetic. Hey, don't get me wrong. I'm freaking motivated. I'm hungry and I'm fired up to be here, okay? Just feel a little out of it today. Just a weird morning. Weird morning, guys. So I'll probably be taking it easy with my trading. Something I told you guys about this week. I was like, listen, if I'm not feeling it, I'm not going to trade. I'm still on point with my TA. I'm still on point with building these plans with you and helping you get prepared. When it comes down to my own trading, if I don't feel 100%, I'm going to take a step back. And so right now, I'll probably be taking that step back today until I feel a little bit more comfortable and confident and I have more clarity to lock in some profit. I took my allergy pill, so we should be good to go in about 30 minutes. We should be good about 30 minutes when that allergy medication gets me. All right, so we'd be all set, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, and if you guys want to watch Twitter. Elon Musk offered to buy out Twitter. We saw a big rip on up. Obviously, you're going to have some profit taking. That's completely normal. But what you would want to be doing is watching Twitter above 46.55, right? 46.55, I would say. Now, let's readjust it. 46.55 was a level from last week. Can we get a better level on the stock? You know, maybe right around this 47.88, right? Maybe right around that 47.88. 48 bucks is not a bad little level to see Twitter hold above. If we start cracking below that 47.88, I would say that you can come back down around 47, right? Low a day, almost close to the low a day, and you got a couple candle body opens and closes right around that 47. So I'd say if you crack that 48 or that 47.88 level, you probably see it pull back towards around 47, and then possibly back down towards around 46.34, which was yesterday's spiking high. Now, if we do hold this level on up and we do see some action today with Twitter, we could see it back up to retest that 200 SMA right around 51.42. I'd expect to see Twitter pretty active as, you know, he offered to buy out Twitter, number one. So we could see some activity there. If Twitter accepts, Twitter's probably going to go freaking nuclear, I would think, because, you know, Elon has a cult-like following, right? So anything with Elon, it gets some hype, right? Look at Doge and Shiba and freaking Tesla, right? Anything that Elon stands behind, it gets hype, right? Elon's trying to buy out Twitter. If they accept that and he's buying Twitter, yeah, watch for it to get some hype, right? But if they decline that offer, watch for it to dump on off. Because again, the only reason this stock is up is because Elon wants to buy it, all right? Elon wants to buy it. If they're not going to let him purchase Twitter, then watch for it to dump on back down. But if they say, you know what, we accept, this thing could absolutely take on off. All right, guys, so just be mindful about that. I take that generic CVS stuff. So we're good. Yeah, right? 100%, man. I want Elon to say, you know what, I believe in XRP. I think it's going to go to $1,000. I'm just waiting for the day. Waiting for that day. For Elon to be like, you know, I support XRP. They're going to take over the derivatives market. I'm going to help them do it. And that's going to be a quadrillion market, blah, blah. And I'm like, yeah, thanks, Elon. Let's get that bag ripping. No, I took the allergy medicine that's got the good stuff in it. It makes you feel awake, like you're zoned in. You're like clear, sinuses are good, and you are focused. So I took the good allergy medicine. All right, guys, so we have about a minute to go for our day to get going. And like Catherine said, nothing really too exciting today, right? There's really not a lot too exciting right now at this point in time. And we see some decent opportunity and we see some stocks that can make some pretty decent moves today, right, guys? But right now at this point in time, especially with these penny stocks, there is really not too much going on? Out of the gate, I kind of want to watch Twitter, guys. I don't want to look at these pennies out of the gate because pennies don't really excite me. I would say let's watch Twitter out of the gate, right? We are right at that 47.88 support. And what else do we have? A possible break of the downtrend coming on up. So I would say right out of the gate, if we hold above that low from pre-market, 47.80, and we see a strong bounce following a break of this downtrend, I would absolutely look to scalp some Twitter to make some quick profits, again, out of the gate, guys. So right now at this point in time, let's watch Twitter for the first 5 minutes, and then let's go take a peek at some of these penny stocks and see where the opportunity is. We are now live. We are all set, ready to rock and roll. TWTR. Twitter is going to be right now the #1 stock that I want to watch right out of the gate. If this dumps on off to $47.80, I'm going to take this for a washout long. Washout long, 47.80. Right? If we can get a washout long to 47.80, I will look to scalp this for a nice little washout long and a nice little rebound. My stops would be like 47.75. First candle has to be the washout. So this candle has to hit 47.80 for this to be the washout long. You already washed out to 48. I want 47.80. So right now, 48, nice little 25 cent pop there. Again, if we do see this dump on down into that lower shadow from pre-market, right there at 47.80, I call it 47.78, definitely look to take this for a dip buy. Maybe I'd risk about 10 cents, right? I want to nail it to the penny. And if it comes against me, maybe 10 to 20 cents, I'll be cutting it because I'd be looking for it to hit that level and have a strong rebound. So I'd keep my stops really, really tight. If it comes down to the penny and it bounces, fantastic. If it comes down to the penny, right, and it starts sliding below that level, I cut it quick and walk away from that trade. But right now, I already washed out to 48. There was your washout long. But if Twitter breaks that downtrend, guys, we have potential back up to 49.24. Here on Twitter, 49.24. And again, there's going to be some hype around Twitter today, guys. I would definitely say there's going to be some hype around Twitter today. But again, I can't touch it right here. I mean, it's tempting. Looks like we can break that downtrend. But again, my plan is to buy this right at 47.78 for a dip buy off that lower shadow from pre-market. And I'm out. I did go ahead and I took a loss on Twitter. I bought it right at 47.78, and I did cut that trade because it was definitely dipping below that level. So I took a quick $400 loss there on Twitter. It was worth it because I saw the potential. But that was my plan, was for the dip buy. It popped like maybe 2 cents. It was weak. I cut it quick. So what are we, still 2 minutes into the day. Let's go ahead and look at BRQS. Anything there right now? Nothing. VERU has that 1450-ish level of support, right? 1450 support on VERU. I mean, KLDO wants it, guys. KLDO looks like it wants it. This could be one big what? What kind of pattern are you starting to see form on KLDO? What pattern is a big U shape and a higher low? What is a big U shape formation into resistance with a higher low? That is a cup and handle formation, guys. Right? This is a cup and handle formation. If this breaks 50 cents, watch for this thing to explode. Again, potentially up towards around 75 cents there on KLDO. We want to find the stock that's not yet breaking out. We want to find the stock that has potential to break out, but it's not already breaking out, right? We want to catch the stock before it starts breaking out. So like CRXT, the stock already ripped from 127 to 150. Do you want to be chasing the stock after it's already made a 30-cent move to the upside? No. You want to find the stock that can start making a 30, 40, 50-cent move to the upside. All right, guys, so right now you're 4 minutes in. 4 minutes in. I did take a small loss on Twitter. Very small loss on Twitter there. That's easy to come back from. It was worth the opportunity. I liked the idea of a dip buy. It didn't work out. It happens. We'll bounce back from it. We'll go back into the green. So KLDO technically has room back down to 35 cents. You do have a slight uptrend on KLDO, slight uptrend, and your support level right around 35 cents. Okay, so watch KLDO down towards around 35 cents. PBTS supports at 36 cents. We're still watching HSTO and EVTL for those possible mid-candle breakouts, right? So there's some things moving, right? You got ATER popping on up here, right? So we're watching ATER. You got CRXT popping on up. We're watching CRXT, right? We got KLDO that could be setting on up, coming on up here, down towards around 35 cents. We're absolutely watching it. Watching VERU as well. But here's the thing. You're about 6 minutes into the day. Sometimes the best trades come at, what? 9:45, 10, 10:30, 11? Really depends. The last thing we want to do is be chasing a stock and taking an unnecessary loss. It's all about identifying the best strategy and the best setup that has high reward and low risk, right? And if we don't find that in the first 6 minutes, 10 minutes, 20 minutes, we have to be patient, right? Patience is everything. We see a stock move up 10 cents, doesn't mean it's a good buy, because it could start dumping on off. It has to be a solid setup. And that's all we're doing right now, is looking for that solid A+ opportunity to where we know if we get involved, we have very low risk, very small risk, and very high reward. Those are the trades that we want to be taking, right? As VERU is still falling, there's no reason to touch this. KLDO is still falling, no reason to touch this. PBTS still falling, no reason to touch this, right? We have ATR grinding on up. We're watching this one. We have CRXT grinding on up. We're watching this one. So those are our top two stocks to be focused on right now at this point in time. CRXT and ATER. All right, so if we go look at CRXT, the stock does have room, I would say up towards around 162-ish, right? We can actually bring that up just a smidge. I would say right around 164. And then up towards around that 174, 175 mark. You would have 183 resistance as well, and then $2 resistance here on CRXT. Again, I'm not convinced right yet that ATER is a long, right? I'm not convinced yet. I may get convinced, but right now I'm not. We are right off yesterday's close on ATER. ATER's close yesterday right around this 567 level, 566. We're hitting this level of the resistance. Now if it starts falling on off, fantastic, we have room to 5. And that's where we know we could see this fall, because I would still expect to see some profit taking. Now, if we do break this 567, right, yesterday's close, we could see it retest that 200-day moving average right at 607. So breaking, let's just call it 570. Strong break over 570. Yeah, you can grab about 30 to 35 cents out of this. But if this is the top and this is resistance, watch for this to start fading back down towards around $5 here on ATER. So we'll keep this one on high watch right now at this point in time, ATER. We do not want to be chasing this at resistance, but if we break resistance and we start moving on up, hey guys, you can take this long to 6 and 607. Where would you place stops? Underneath the pullback low, right around 550. But right now, you're not chasing it as it's breaking, you're waiting for it to break. So a strong green candle closure over resistance, that's confirmation to start possibly getting ready to go long. But if it just wicks up, you're not getting long yet, because what if it drops back down below and it's a false breakout? What if it starts rolling on over? You don't want to be in that trade. Wait for the stock to actually break out. LEXX halted to the upside. 845, clinical study delivers positive results on LEXX. So we do have some LEXX action at this point in time. And we have room to 444. Looks like I've already charted this before. Yeah, so 444, 493 to $5. And then anything over 5, that 200-day moving average right there at $5.20. So honestly, KLDO doesn't look all that bad, guys. KLDO off 35 cents. Nice decreasing volume pullback, KLDO. This is definitely a stock to keep on watch, down towards around 35 cents, guys, for that bigger picture cup and handle breakout formation. What I like about this is the fact that we are falling, we are pulling back, but with decreased volume into that 35 cent level, which is also this slide uptrend. And you look at the big picture, it could be one big cup and handle formation, right? One big cup and handle formation here on KLDO. So this is pretty tempting right now on KLDO at this point in time to see if we do hold that 35 cent level support, hold that trend line, get a nice little curl back up to 50 cents at a break over 50. This thing could really start taking on off. So right now, KLDO is going to be on watch right off this 35 cent level. And you're looking for that just to start getting some action, getting some volume, breaking the high day of 45 cents. Obviously, you'll see a little bit of resistance at 50. But I would think that we start hitting 50 cents for the third time off this bigger picture cup and handle. That's when we could really start to see this thing taking on off here. So KLDO needs to be on watch right now. That's going to go off to the side, KLDO. So we don't lose sight of this, as there is some potential here with KLDO, guys. So VERU broke and now it's halted to the downside. We want to find A+ setups. Just because the stock spikes doesn't mean we want to get involved, does it? Doesn't mean we just want to get involved. Just because a stock spikes doesn't mean we get involved. We want to find those killer A+ setups, those just amazing opportunities, right? And right now I see the bigger picture on KLDO. This could be one amazing opportunity here, right? I'm long right now. Stops are under 34 cents. Yeah, we don't want to chase stocks. We want for those crystal clear formations, those crystal clear setups, such as those A+ opportunities. Low risk, high reward, right? Low risk, high reward. This stock already had moved from 1470 to 1620, right? This stock was already up $1.50, right? More than $1 to the upside, right? We know what our rule is. What's our rule? The stock moves more than 50 cents to the upside. We don't touch it until it pulls back, right? And this was one of those trades that you could have got in quickly, been scalping this and scaling out and locking in some profits, right? But if you were buying at $16, you were chasing that stock. And we're not here to chase stocks, right? Stock goes up more than 50 cents without pulling back. Don't touch it. So LEXX is live. That was a nice halt strategy. Look at that gap up. Look at that washout to the halt level of 410 and then a big spike to 450. Beautiful halt strategy for a quick scalp there on LEXX. So again, you guys know me. I'm taking a starter position right here off this trend line on KLDO. As long as we break above 40 cents here, and we still see that volume increase, we still have potential to the upside. My stops are a crack of the trend line and a crack below 35 cents. So I'm literally getting away with maybe 2 to 3 cents of risk at most. And what's my first target? 50 cents. So I have potential to make about 12 cents a share. And I'm risking 3 cents a share. What is that? That's a 4-to-1 setup. That's a 4-to-1 risk reward. And the only reason I'm getting involved now in a starter position is A, we're off this trend line. B, we're holding above 35 cents. C, as we were pulling back, it was on decreased volume. As we started to bounce off that level of support, we saw a slight increase in volume, so that's a good sign. And then D, if this plays out, this is one big cup and handle formation. And we know, looking at the chart, if it ever breaks above 50 cents, this thing could freaking take on off all the way up towards around that 74-cent level. That's why I think it's definitely a stock to keep on watch. Build a nice plan. You have low risk, good reward to 50 cents, high reward if we ever break 50 cents. And maybe it's worth taking 20% starter position, 25%, right? If it goes against you, your loss is small. If it works with you, you can add to it, right? You can get 10,000 shares, 20,000 shares, but you don't have to start with 20,000 shares. You can start with 5,000 shares and scale into it if it works with you. If it starts not working with you and going against you, you can cut it for a very, very, very small loss. So Fidelity's doing that thing again where I can't put a stop in the system. So I literally have to sit here and manage that trade. I can't put a stop in the system on Fidelity right now, which is odd. It's been doing that a lot this week. So it's safe to say that I'm probably done with Fidelity, guys. There's just been too many issues. It reminds me a little bit of TD, which is all the stupid issues. So I'm probably going to be liquidating this account, going over to TradeStation, free commissions and fees. I hear TradeStation's really good. I'm testing out all of these mainstream brokers that offer free commissions and fees to see how their fills and platform are. I love Fidelity's fills, but I'm not a fan of the platform and all the issues. So we're going to try TradeStation next. It's going to take about 5 to 7 days for that transfer to take effect, but we will still be doing that smaller account approach. I'll be trading my main account, and I'll be trading that smaller, more realistic account as we're trying to grow some small accounts for you guys inside the chat as well. All right, so we still got KLDO on watch. VERU is live right now. Risky Biscuits, be careful here on VERU. Risky Biscuits. So again, ATR did get your nice little break. Clean break, guys, as well. So that was a very strong break. Honestly, I'm going to be completely honest. That strong of a break, you may have hesitated a bit to take that trade. Right? If it would have broke and maybe closed at like 570, 575, that's more realistic. But this thing closed up around 590. So by the time it closed, you may be like, man, I feel like I'm chasing this. I would have felt the same way. So this was a challenging one to take for a break. And if you would have waited for the retest, you obviously never got a retest. So this would have been a challenging one. But if you would have taken it at that 580 when it closed, you still would be profitable, but maybe a little nervous during that trade. So I'm doing a smaller account and I'm doing a main account, right? So anytime I see a small account trade, I'm going to call that out as a small account trade to help you guys grow those small accounts, kind of like what we did last week. right? I was growing that small account, right? Structuring it like a small account, and it was very rewarding. So right now, the only ones that we're still watching, KLDO, PBTS not looking all that great. KLDO, still like maybe 70-30 with it. Looks okay on the higher time frames. VERU, I want to stay away from it for right now. BRQS, not looking good at all. LEXX, little choppy. Right now, it's all ATER and KLDO at this point in time. So KLDO, if it starts getting above the that 40-cent level, I feel confident to add to my position. So what I want to see is a break over 40 cents with some volume, right? So if we get a break over 40 cents and it's a strong break with nice volume, I may add to it. And then what I can do is I can put my stop loss right underneath this intraday low of 36 cents. So I could probably do a 35-cent stop loss if we break above 40. So that'd give me about 5 cents of risk. So right now, I only have a small starter position. Right now, I'm right around break even, right? I'm in at 38 and a half. Right now, it's at 38.72. So we're right at break even here on KLDO. And if we don't really start to see that volume move in, breaking 40 cents, if we do start dropping back down towards around that 36 level, I'll probably scale out. Right, I probably take half and just get out in half and hold another half to see if it works. But as it's dropping, right, instead of averaging down, I may average out of the position to reduce my risk if it doesn't work. But if it sets up, I can always start scaling back in if I wanted to. But the only thing that it's lacking right now is that volume. So that's what we really need to start to see is just some volume here. Over that 40-cent level, we can definitely start taking on off. So again, it was a starter position. I'd like to probably get 10,000 to 20,000 shares. You're like, whoa, 20,000 shares, that's a lot. No, it's not. 20,000 shares times 0.40, it's only an $8,000 investment. So it's really not a lot. And if this thing gives you 10 cents, I mean, that's $2,000, right? That's huge. But I want to make sure that my stops are nice and tight, because if I'm gonna have a big position like that, it could go against me. 5 cents. I don't want to lose $1,000. I want to maybe lose $500 tops right now. So with my current position, I could let it go 10 cents against me at the most. Not saying I'm going to let it go 10 cents against me, but right now I could let it go up to 10 cents against me to not exceed that $500 loss, right? If I add to my position, I only have 5 cents of breathing room, right? Because at 10,000 shares at 5 cents, that's $500. So if I add to this position, I really have to make sure that I'm not going to get prematurely stopped out. But right now, I can let it go up to 10 cents, but I'm not going to let it, right? But it gives me some breathing room. And if I'm not liking what I see and I'm not liking that price action, I could always get out. I can always get right back in. So right now, I'm like 50-50 with it, man. I'm 50-50. I'd expected to already see it kind of get that break on up, but I guess technically speaking, as long as it's holding that low of day, could be a double bottom, could be a higher low, it's still above the trend line, it's still above that level of support as well. So as long as it's holding above 35, we're technically okay. But I put a lot of emphasis into price action and volume, right? That's how I trade. I have a plan. I have a stop loss, I have targets, I have entries, but I don't always honor my plan when it comes to a stop loss, right? Sometimes I get out before my stops hit. Why is that? Because as things develop, you start to see new things. You start to see a lower low, nasty volume, nasty price action. Why are you going to hold it for another 50 cents? If you're not liking what you see at that point in time, make that decision to walk away if you want to walk away, and that's what I do. Build my plan. I have a stop in the system. If I get stopped out, it's perfect. It's in line with my plan. But if I get out earlier, there's usually a reason why I'm getting out, because I don't like what I see. It's not doing what I expected it to do. And you could always make those decisions to get out ahead of time, especially if you're good at realizing, and reading price action, the time and sales, the level 2, right? Volume, and you just get that feeling. You're like, man, this is just not going to make that move. You can get out well before your stop loss and minimize that loss. But right now, KLDO, we're still watching it. I'd like to see it above 40 cents. VERU, just kind of sit back right now on the stock. You know, right now, it looks like it could be a bearish flag on a 1 minute time frame. If you're looking at KLDO, leg down, period of consolidation on light volume, this could be a bearish flag. So if we start breaking below 36 cents, we're cracking the trend line and we're working our way down to this 35.5 level. That's my stop area right down here, because this could be a bearish flag. And what are bear flags? These are continuation patterns to the downside. So we do not want to see this basically cracking out of this flag. If it does, you want to get out. I mean, look at that bearish flag, right? It's something to be mindful of. On a higher time frame, it kind of looks like it could be a double bottom. On a smaller time frame, a lower time frame, it looks like it could be a bearish flag. So if we start cracking out of this bearish flag, I will exit early. And if we set back up, I can always get right back in if I want to. But right now, I need to be mindful. When I got in, right, no bearish flag. Right here, looking like a double bottom. I'm still looking good. Now, looks like a bearish flag. This is what I mean. When you build a plan, you have a plan in place. It's developing, you get new data. It's developing, you get new data. Right now, I'm like, shit, that could be a bearish flag. So what am I willing to do? I'm willing to bring my stop a little bit closer to where if it does crack out of this bearish flag and I see the bear flag working out, I want to be out of this position. I'm not going to risk that max 10 cents. Right? I'm going to bring my stop loss up and I'm going to take a very small loss because I know if this is a bear flag, it's most likely going to stop me out at 30 cents anyway. So if I know it's most likely going to stop me out at 30 cents anyway, why not get out at 36? Why not get out at 35? Right? That's how I trade. I have a plan. I can risk up to 10 cents. But right now I see something new developing, a bear flag. So if we start breaking and cracking out of the flag, I'm going to get out for a much smaller loss. And if it sets back up, I can always jump right back in. So let's see what happens here. It's definitely looking like it could be the start of a little bit of this bearish flag. And we don't want to be long on a bearish setup. So let's see what happens. If we break 40 cents, I think we're looking pretty decent. If we can get above 40 cents. I think a lot of us are long KLDO, so let's just focus on KLDO. Right now we're at 39 cents, need to get above 40. You guys are watching LEXX. What you can do is wait for a break of your downtrend off the uptrend, right? So you do have this slight little uptrend here on LEXX. If you hold this slight uptrend and you follow through with a break of the downtrend, you could see your next leg up on LEXX. So if you are watching this stock or you're long in this stock, you want to see it hold these higher lows. You'd like to see it hold this uptrend, right? You'd like to see a follow through with a break of the downtrend. And that's when you can start to see this up towards around $5, okay? There's KLDO. We need more volume though. You're right at VWAP. It's probably going to get rejected off VWAP and pull back, right? But if it breaks through VWAP here, that looks good. But it's the first attempt at the VWAP, right? That's a VWAP rejection. You would probably think shorters are jumping on in, right? The first touch of VWAP from the underneath side, you would think it may reject here a little bit and pull back. But if it breaks that VWAP strong, oh, let's get ready for some awesome action to the upside. So right now we got that. Broke down LEXX. Might be one big squeeze formation, breaking that downtrend. You have a profit target up towards around 490 to 5. You guys are watching VRQS. You want to see a break of this downtrend. Watching VERU, just kind of sit back and relax. There's no reason to be getting involved with VERU right now at this point in time. Again, first touch of the VWAP, resistance, pullbacks are normal. But if we can follow through with a break, we are looking pretty decent. Pbts is pretty much dead. We'll still keep it on watch, but right now it's not looking all that great. ATR was already the trade over that break of yesterday's close, and we hit our target of that 200 SMA. So that trade's already done. We got to wait for it to set back up. What about CRXT? CRXT. So what we can do is run a little trend line here on CRXT, and we can run a little bit of a downtrend on CRXT. So right now, CRXT is trying to stay above this 148 level of support. It's also trying to hold above this uptrend. So if we can hold above that 148 level of support, which is also the VWAP, and we can hold this trend line and get a break of the downtrend, you could start to see this back to 164 on CRXT. Anything over 164, your next targets would be 174 to 175 here on CRXT. So we're starting to try to break that that VWAP here, guys, on KLDL. So we are trying to break that that VWAP. So if we can get a nice strong volume break of the VWAP back to 46 and then 50 cents, we have to be mindful. 50 cents is a strong level of resistance. So what should we be wanting to do towards high a day and 50 cents if we get there? We should be looking to lock in something, right? I'll probably lock in 20% of my position or 1,000 shares. Maybe I lock in a little bit more, but I am going to be in a position to lock in some kind of profits. But I still want to hold a little position just in case we do get this big cup and handle breakout formation, because over 50 cents, I mean, shoot. I mean, we have a lot of room to the upside, guys. We have a lot of room. You could see it up towards around 55 and then 75. But we still need to break that VWAP here. And you do have that 9 EMA trying to hold this stock on up, right? So you do have this 9 EMA now trying to hold this on up. And if that 9 EMA can hold the stock up and we can see buyers continue to move in for a strong break of the VWAP, we might be able to see that VWAP cross above the 9 EMA as well, which would be another bullish signal, and that would definitely help support our thesis of why we're trading this right now at this point in time. We already got some profits in profits chat. Hey, we got ATER. Good stuff, Leon. Come on in, grab a quick profit. That's what I'm talking about, boss. Good job. Yep, mid-candle breakout starting to take place. Mid-candle breakout starting to form, guys. We are breaking that 875 level on EVTL with volume. Okay, guys, so this is on high watch right now for the start of this mid-candle breakout. Right now on EVTL, you have room to 975 next. Right, so you have some room to $9.75 here on EVTL, guys. I'm not liking really anything in the market. Like, everything's struggling right now, right? I mean, look at VERU. Fake out, breakout, struggling. BRQS, struggling. LEXX, fake out, breakout. It's struggling right now. PBTS is doing nothing. The only stock that's looking strong is ATER. And then you do have the start of this potential mid-candle breakout here on EVTL. So breaking and staying above $8.75, you can see this up towards around $9.75 here on EVTL. HSTO was another candidate for the mid-candle breakout. This one needs to start breaking 40 cents. Needs to start breaking 40 cents. I don't like these upper shadows on KLDL. I'm not a fan of these large upper shadows. But technically speaking, as long as we close and stay above this 9 EMA, it could still turn into a 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation. So if we do drop back below this 9 EMA and we start fading back down into that 38 cent level, you'll probably see me jumping out of this position, break even or a very teeny loss, looking to see if it sets up for a re-entry. Because if we do not break here right now and we start rolling on over, what's the likelihood of us cracking and dropping lower? It's pretty high, right? It's pretty high. If we start rolling over here, back down into that 38 cent, 37 cent level, the likelihood of this cracking the trend line and cracking 35 cents is pretty high. So if we know that the likelihood of that happening is pretty high, why would we want to hold it that low? right? I'd rather get out close to break even and simply re-enter the trade if it doesn't crack, if it does set on up. So right now, guys, definitely needs to be on high watch here. See what's going to start taking place. I'm at 38.5. I'm up about a whopping penny. Woo! Woo! I was expecting a little bit more action here on that last candle. So here's your CRXT trade off the trend line, off 148, off the VWAP as well, breaking the downtrend, back up to 164. Your next target's 174 to 175, guys. CRXT. You got a little bit of selling at 167. There is quite a bit of selling up there at 167. So that was a nice little trade off the trend line, off 148, off that VWAP as well. Nice tight stops. You already got yourself back up to high day of 164. So we need to see a nice break that 164, guys, in order to get to 174. Right now, I'm not really liking the price action on KLDL. So I'm in a position to possibly start walking away from this and looking for a re-entry if it sets back up. So that's what I'm going to do, right? We're up a little bit, right? If I close it right now, it's a small little green profit. Right now, what I'm willing to do is get out right at break even, because at this point in time, I'm not really liking what we're seeing here. So I am getting out, and I am out at break even. I do not like the price action. I do not like the VWAP rejection. The way I see it is we could start moving back down towards around that 35-cent level. So I am completely out of KLDL for $14.99. So I'm going to eat a freaking Big Mac today from McDonald's. Yes, that's correct. Why did I get out? Right? Why did I get out? Because right now we are clearly rolling over. We are in a clear intraday downtrend. We just put in a substantial lower high. We are rolling back over below that 9 EMA and that trend line right here. We are starting to crack it a bit. I see this coming back down to 36 and 35 cents, right? I can see that based on the price action at this point in time. Now, could it start ripping to the moon? Sure, it could. If you want to hold this and honor your plan and stop out at 35 cents, do you. I read price action. I read volume. I'm not seeing the price action. I'm not seeing the volume to help support my trade idea. So what am I going to do? I'm out, right? I'm going to take my Big Mac money, baby, and I'm going to eat a freaking Big Mac today for lunch. So that is my reason for exiting the trade at this point in time. Now, here's what I can do. If it sets back up, what can I do? I can jump back in. But if it dumps on me, guess what? I'm salvaging a loss. And just so you know, when Josh gets out of trades, right? When Josh gets out of trades, what do? You hold. Why? Because when Josh gets out, the stock usually rips without him, right? So if you guys are in, you guys are going to the moon because I'm out. How's Twitter looking? Twitter, I still want the break of the downtrend. I like some Twitter, baby. Twitter's looking pretty good. Twitter looks really nice. And what do we have? We have the start of a possible 9 EMA VWAP squeeze on a 3-minute time frame with a break of this downtrend. Twitter looks like it could start breaking back up to 48.39. If we break off a red to green move, we could see it back up towards around 49.23. So Twitter should be on high watch. Above the 9 EMA for a nice 90 MA VWAP squeeze and a break of that pre-market downtrend here on the Twitter. Right now, this is on high watch. As long as we hold the 90 MA, continue to build up with some volume, breaking that VWAP, breaking that downtrend, we could see this back up towards around that 48.50-ish level, and then 49.25 next here on Twitter. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Chris. Thank you. Yes, yes. $15.99, $14.99. My bad. $14.99. I feel good. Ha! So right now, Twitter is on watch for that 3-minute 90 MA VWAP squeeze. 3-minute time frames do work for the VWAP squeezes, nothing less. Ideally, 5-minute time frames are the best, but we know 3-minute time frames are powerful as well when we see these formations and setups, and we could really see this formation possibly on Twitter. So not only could it be a little bit of that 90 MA VWAP squeeze, we're looking for a break of the downtrend as well. Right? Looking for a break of the downtrend as well. That's really what I want to see, right? I'd like to see that 90 MA VWAP squeeze, but the big picture, the main thing I'm looking at here is a break of this downtrend to get that volume to see that action move on back in. And again, back up to the high a day, 48.50, and it could be one big red to green move as well. So you got patterns within patterns. You got a 90 MA VWAP squeeze formation. You got a simple break of the downtrend, and it could also be a red to green move. So you got a pattern inside of a pattern inside of a pattern. So if we hold and we start validating on all three levels, downtrend break, red to green move, 90 maybe up squeeze, just imagine on how strong that move could be. Right? You got three different types of traders. You got one group of traders saying, hey, what about a 90 maybe up squeeze? Another group of traders saying, hey, what about a downtrend break? Another group of traders saying, what if that's a red to green move? Yes, that's what you heard, Langston. Pattern. All right, it's not patron, it's pattern. Yes, that's what you heard, right? You guys already know me. I don't pronunciate things correctly. My verbiage is way off, right? Like, what was the other one the other day you guys were giving me a hard time about? Tilray. You're like, there's no R in it. It's Tilray. I'm like, I like Tilray. I like pattern. Okay, I like pattern. All right? I like roof. Like, I gotta go put new shingles on the roof, okay? And I gotta get my toilet paper to wipe my butt, okay? And then iron, right? I have an iron deficiency. It's not iron, right? It's not iron. It's a freaking, it's an iron deficiency, all right? So, listen, it is that Indiana education, Corey, right? I promise it's freaking the Indiana education. The hillbilly's teaching me, man. I'm a hillbilly. I was born next to the corn. Right? I was born next to corn. Oh, man. It is, yeah. You know, I grew up a hillbilly. I really did. I wore boots with skinny jeans. I was the new generation hillbilly. I went out and shucked corn at 16 years old, okay? I mowed my lawn. I mowed 2 acres of land with a push mower, okay? Not even a push mower. I took scissors, and I went out there on 2 acres, and I scissored my lawn. Okay? Yes, it is showing. The Midwest is absolutely showing. And it's always going to show. So leave me alone, Langston. Leave me alone. Catherine, good job. 110 on CXRT. Good job, buddy. Buddy. Good job, girl. Woo, man. That's a good job, buddy. Good job, Catherine. I like that trade. That was a decent little scalp there, right? Grabbing it off support, getting a nice little follow through, nice little boing. Yeah, boing, boing, boing. Nothing wrong with the Midwest, baby. Nothing wrong. Langston's just hating on me right now, guys. Langston's just hating on me. He's giving me a hard time. Yeah, I'm glad I got out of the KLDO because it looks like crap. PBTS, nothing. Maybe a double top on ATER. CRXT struggling. AIRG, no volume. No mid candle there. No mid candle there. I mean, yeah, right now it's kind of poopy. I just say watch Twitter, guys. Honestly, like right now, we have a really good setup on Twitter. Wouldn't you guys agree? Like everything else with pennies, not looking all that best. Not looking the best whatsoever with a lot of these penny stocks, right? But right now, at this point in time, we do have Twitter possibly giving us what, right? A nice little downtrend break strategy, right? Could be a nice little higher low reversal for a potential red to green move. We see something here, right? We see just so many separate reasons this could be a really great trade. And so if we see all of those separate reasons and we see potential for this move higher, why would we want to be looking at something else? Why would we be looking at LEXX when it's doing nothing? Why would we want to be looking at VERU when it's still struggling? Or KLDO when it's rolling over? Or PBTS when it's falling? Or ATER after it's already made a move and it's starting to fall as well, right? Or CRXT that's starting to pull back. I say Twitter is the watch right now, guys. April 22nd, $50 calls at the ask. So we do have an option sweep, $50 calls at the ask, which can be considered bullish sentiments, right? So we have that to help support our thesis of a long trade as well. So right now, I am personally watching Twitter here, guys. Yes, Twitter. Boing, 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 boing. And I gotta really take a pee really bad, but I don't want to miss Twitter because it looks like it can start breaking to the upside. But I really gotta go to the bathroom. What do I do? All right, guys, just bear with. That's good. I'll clean up later. It's good. Yeah. That's what real traders do. They don't leave their desk. They don't leave their office. They don't leave the computer. They just pee their pants. That's it, right? Real traders, they don't go to the bathroom. They pee themselves. And they sit in it. Because money's more important. Money's more important. So Twitter is still on high watch, guys. Twitter is still on high watch at this point in time. Gatorade bottle? No, no, no. Just right in the chair. All right? This is, it's not very perforated. Okay? It's got this really nice, coat so it doesn't seep into the seat. So I made sure that, you know, if I do have accidents and I don't wear my Depends, that it's not going to seep into my chair. Can't wait for the bathroom lesson to get uploaded to the lessons library. All right, team, today's lesson is using the restroom when trading, okay? So, step one, you have to pee, right? You know, your bladder's hurting, you have to use the restroom. Step two, close your eyes and let it out. Step three, clean up an hour later. There's your lesson for the day, how to use the restroom as a day trader. I'm gonna be honest with you, I'm probably gonna make a video and I'm honestly gonna post that on YouTube just to see what happens. How to use the restroom as a day trader. I'm going to now. And we'll have Chris put some beats on it for us. Some audio effects. Right now, guys, we're having some fun, right? We're having some fun. MDVL starting to take on off here. MDVL last press release was April 8th, so last week. Grants permitted by the NASDAQ listing rules, blah, 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 blah. Some call sweeps. They report an inducement grant as permitted by the NASDAQ listing rule on the 8th. We did see a nice little gap up, pulling back. All we're seeing right now in the stock is a bounce off of the 20 EMA today. So again, we had a nice pullback. We're seeing a little bit of a bounce off of the 20 EMA, and we're starting to get a nice little pop on up here. You have room to 212. You have room to 230. You have room to 262. Here on MDVL, support right now would be back down towards around 168. So I'd say right around like this 168-ish level would be a decent little level to see the stock hold above on MDVL. But honestly, I'm still watching Twitter here. Twitter looks like it could be a nice intraday higher low break of the downtrend. So I really like the formation that we're seeing on Twitter, especially above $47 support. So if we hold $47 support, we start breaking that downtrend, I will absolutely be looking to go long on Twitter, guys, right? So I'm still watching Twitter. I've built my plan, and now I'm being patient. If I see the setup confirming, all I have to do is react and click the buy button. I already know my position sizing. I already know my stop. I already know my target. I already accepted the reality that it could be a loser. So now I'm prepared. I'm ready to go. Now what? I have to sit back, be patient, and wait for the setup to confirm. And then all I have to do is react and click a buy button. That's it, but I'm still watching it. I think everybody's done the potty dance at one. Yep, I'm potty dancing right now, guys. My legs are twitching. Take PBTS off your watch list. It's not doing anything. AIRG, I mean, it is breaking that wedge, but man, oh man, it has no volume. No volume. So that's a challenging one. If Twitter cracks 47, I can use the restroom. If Twitter drops 47, I can use the restroom, and I'm really hoping it kind of cracks. I mean, I wanted the setup, I want to take the trade, but at the same time, come on, crack, baby, crack, so I can run. All right, I'm gonna go. I'll be right back. I gotta go. I'm going. All right, we're back. I feel much better now. Oh, yeah, look at that. Halted to the upside, VERU. Pretty messy price action today, guys. I mean, quick red the green move, rug pull, halt to the downside, quick little 90 maybe lap squeeze, rip to the upside. I mean, VERU just all over the place at this point in time. No real consistency with VERU, but it is still a top stock to be watching, guys, right? It is making some moves. Right now, it's not like there's just super clean A+ setups. I mean, the only one was CRXT, right? Off of that uptrend, breaking the downtrend, back to 164 and 174. I mean, you never got there, but it was still a profitable trade. I mean, Catherine locked in some quick profits on it. You know, ATER was the other one breaking over yesterday's close, but honestly, like by the time that broke and it closed, I would have been a little nervous as well, buying up here knowing that we had so much room to fall if it didn't work out. But it was a profitable trade if you guys grabbed it, but it was a challenging trade to grab, in my opinion. So there's definitely some opportunity, right? Definitely opportunity. ATER, nice opportunity. KLDO could still set up, but not right now. And I'm still watching Twitter, guys. I'm still looking at Twitter. I'm really liking the formation on Twitter, guys. I really do like what I'm starting to see here on Twitter. So this is on high watch, guys. Twitter's on high watch. Yeah, watch for that possible boom, boom, bang, right? Watch for the possible boom, boom, bang on ATER, guys. So you did pull back into a valid level of support here on ATER, right? You came back down into that hiccup candle. That's a valid level, right? 581. Point number one, point number two. Before the point number three, we were off a validated level of support. So boom, off support. Point number three, what are we looking for? A double bottom or a higher low. Volume to start moving on in. Break the downtrend. Where could we see this go, right? Back to this prior high of 620, back to the high day of 630. And if it does really start taking on off, I would say back up to yesterday's spiking high of $6.64. Before that, 640 though. So again, 620, 630, 640, and 660. If we do get this nice little boom, boom, bang setup here on ATER. So let's just, now we build a plan. So what are we doing right now? Building a plan. All right. We come down and put in a double bottom, right? And we actually see that double bottom bounce at 580. Maybe I take 25% position. Stops go at 575. If it starts breaking the VWAP, maybe I add, right? We start breaking 6 in the downturn, I add full position. I get a nice cost basis right here in the middle. If it stops me out, it's okay. I have a nice cost basis and my stops are nice and tight. If I don't get stopped out and follows through, boom, I know I can take profit at 620, 629 to 630, 640 and 660. Right? So right now you're just building that plan. You're getting prepared. If this happens, I will perform this action. Okay? Something has to happen before you react. So all you're doing is you're building a plan and waiting for the chart to give you an opportunity to react. And all you have to do is react, and you're already prepared, ready to go for this potential trade on ATER. So, I mean, VERU looks like a good scalping opportunity. Looks like it'd be a really nice little scalping opportunity here on VERU. KLDO is looking weak. ATR doesn't look bad at all. CRXT looking weak. AIRG weak. EVTO weak. HSTO weak. MDVL still looks decent. LEXX is weak. That's coming off the main watch list. BRQS is going up there as well. All right, so your top stocks are going to be MDVL right now above that 168 support. You do have potential back to 2 and 212. We're watching MDVL. VERU is now live at this point in time. We just hit our 1673 post-market high. Your next target on VERU, if you guys are currently long, is going to be 1846. If you guys are not currently long, the stock just moved $2 to the upside without pulling back. Wait for the stock to pull back a little bit, right? Wait for it to pull back slightly and then look for an entry, right? If you're already long, you have room to 1846. Right now, that is our number one stock at this point in time is VERU. If you're not in, you shouldn't be chasing it. Everything else is currently on the back burner. So top stocks, VERU, ATER, KLDO is still possibly in play, and MDVL is still possibly in play, followed by Twitter for this big double bottom break of the downtrend. See if we can get something going here on Twitter. I would say a good pullback level if we do fall below that post-market high right there at like 1674. I would say you can pull back towards around 1623, and that's a pretty good level. So I'd say like a 1623 area to see this hold on up as support would be pretty decent. You did have a post-market spiking high, 1623. It turned into support. It was a lot of resistance this morning in pre-market. So right now, I would say one of your better levels of support to see this hold above, right around that 1623 here on VERU. But right now it is trying to stay above the post-market high of 1674-ish at this point in time. But I like that 1623 just a smidge better. That was a really nice, it was pretty decent, right? Little 9 EMA VWAP squeeze, but here's the thing, right? Consistently, right, more times than not, you see the 1 minutes fail. The 1 minute, 9 EMA VWAP squeezes are not always like this. You see more false moves, more false breaks, but if you throw VERU on a 5-minute time frame or a 3-minute time frame and you see the same formation, right, it's more valid. So the fact that we saw VERU on a 3-minute time frame, it was pretty decent. It was pretty valid, right? You saw it on a 1, you saw it on a 3. Not too clean on a 5, but we saw that confirm there on a 3-minute time frame. So yes, that was a pretty solid 9 EMA VWAP squeeze formation there on VERU. So good eye. That's exactly what I'm looking at. Double bottom bounce following a break of the downtrend. So that's what I'm looking at here on Twitter. Possible double bottom, break of the downtrend. And what I like is the stock put in a double bottom at 46.58. But what did the RSI do? Put in a higher low. So the RSI is still showing some strength. We still see some momentum from buyers moving in. Even though we had flat support, we actually see a slightly higher low there on the RSI. It's not divergence, right? It's not confirmed divergence, but it's something to be mindful of. And right now, all we have to do is wait. We're not in on Twitter. I'm not in on Twitter. I'm waiting. The fact that we already had a pretty nasty rug pull on VERU, it has me a little hesitant to be chasing this stock at high a day. Just because we saw another rip, it tried, it failed. So I want to make sure that we're not just buying into this at high a day and it's going to dump on us $1 and possibly halt to the downside. The last thing you want to do is get stuck in a trade for $1 loss and a halt to the downside. But right now, look at ATER, guys. ATER is not looking bad at all. ATER at this point in time, guys, for that possible boom, boom, bang setup, breaking that downtrend, breaking back above the 610-ish level. Again, 620. 630 and 640 here on ATER for that possible boom, boom, bang. And we know when ATER starts breaking, it starts breaking, right? 2 times back to back, 2 clean setups, 2 clean breaks. And then Twitter's giving us that nice double bottom. So it's kind of like which one to take, right? Which one to take, Twitter or ATER? I would say Twitter. Just because it's a double bottom break of the downtrend, you're buying closer to support. Support on ATER is 580. So Twitter just looks to be a little bit better, in my opinion, at this point in time. So I do like Twitter, and I'm honestly probably going to choose Twitter over ATER as my go-to opportunity coming on up here. We had the volume increasing, which is great. Bids now holding above 47. That shows strength. Breaking that downtrend, we have room to 48 and then 48.50 on Twitter. The ATR doesn't look terrible. It's not the best looking boom boom bang, right? Definitely not the best looking boom boom bang by any means, but it doesn't look bad, doesn't look terrible. One other thing that you can do as well is through a trend line on ATER, right? Through a trend line off this pullback low, take it off this higher low here, and you do have a slight uptrend on ATER as well. So again, throw that uptrend on there. That may help validate some support right around that VWAP as well. Things are starting to calm down a little bit. MDVL, just more or less sitting sideways. VERU, trying to find a level of support. ATER, this is that boom, boom, bang, guys. So I'm liking the higher low here into 0.4, so you could actually put a stop at 590, right? Stops would be below the low. Stops would be below the trend line. Stops would be below the VWAP as well. So, I mean, you got 3 separate reasons to place a stop at 590. You've got to be willing to lock in some profits at 620, 630, 640, and then your top target around 660 to 663. I could really use an Elon tweet right around now. Yeah, Elon says it's going to happen. Boom! 50 bucks, $54, $60, $100. All right, there's your boom, boom, bang, baby. 620 targets. Stops have to be no lower than 590 at the lowest, or your plan, whatever you have built, completely up to you. But I would put it under the VWAP, under the trend line, under that pullback low. There's your first target, 620. Lock in some profits, take 25%. Next target, 629, right around 629. Right? Just because it's like a Friday, right? Today's gonna be like a Friday. When we see a setup, we take profits quick. Not expecting a big time follow through, but we get those profits off the table pretty quick, guys, right? So again, you just got your quick pop from around 620. That was a decent little level to take some types of profits. So not a bad setup, not a bad little break here. Nice quick pop, easy quick profits. Put yourself in a risk-free position now, right? Just in case it doesn't work out, just in case it dumps on off, right? We got to treat today like a Friday. But you now locked in some quick profits. You're risk-free, or you're bringing your stop up slightly to reduce the loss if you still have a position on the table. 628 to 629, somewhere around that spiking high. That's a level to lock in profits. 640, 660. Not a fan of MDVL. Just giving a lot back, fading on off. I guess we'll still watch KLDO for a little bit, but right now I'm not too crazy about it. Not really crazy about anything today, right? Not really crazy about anything today. It has been, Corey. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a slower morning. I mean, hey, we know that was going to be like a Friday, right? Today is Friday. We don't have the market open tomorrow. So you got a lot of traders coming in, locking in those profits quick and dipping out, leaving. I mean, it is Easter, right? It's a big holiday. A lot of people travel for Easter Sunday. And that's another thing too, is it's a bigger holiday is Easter. So a lot of people have plans for the weekend. It's an extended weekend, market's closed. A lot of investors and traders leaving early to start their weekend right ahead of time. It is a little bit on the slower side. Things are taking a little bit longer to set up and play out, and there's not an abundance of opportunity. These are the days where you kind of just sit, you got to be, patient, sit back, relax, be very, very disciplined, and only take the best of the best setups. And when you are in a really good setup, always put yourself in a position to lock in some quick profits. So right now I'm still kind of watching Twitter, not liking this, right? This is starting to form a little bit of a descending triangle, lower highs, flat bottom support. You starting to crack below 46.50, watch for it to dump on off, right? A little bit of this intraday descending triangle formation starting to possibly form here on Twitter. But if this is another little higher low back above 47, we could still be in play. We could still have some pretty good opportunity here on Twitter to the upside. So I'd say Twitter's still a stock that's on high watch at this point in time, above 46.58. Back above 47, that shows some strength. Breaking that downtrend, we know we have some room to 47.70, 47.80. Somewhere around that 47.70 to 47.80 there on Twitter. So Twitter's still on watch here, guys. VERU, you're sitting right at this 16-ish level of support on VERU, right around the $16-ish level of support. But right now, it's Twitter, guys. Twitter is the play. Twitter is the trade. And Twitter right now, nice double bottom, started the dip on back down, nice higher low. This is a great setup for the break of the downtrend. We break this downtrend, watch for Twitter to get up to that VWAP, or right around these prior highs, right around $47.84. Got to really start breaking this downtrend here. Breaking that downtrend and getting some great action to the upside. So right now, let's see what we got here. 47.05 cost basis here on Twitter. First target, 47.85. Second target, 48.40 here on Twitter. See if we can get some profits here on Twitter. 47.30. We got a nice low cost basis of 47.05. So we got about 30 cents per share, and we still have some nice room to the upside. I'd like to see this thing really take on off. It was a great low risk, pretty high reward setup here. I don't want to see it hesitate. I don't want to see it struggle. I want to see confidence from buyers and traders that this is going to start making that move into that VWAP. Do not want to see hesitation. I do not want to see the struggle. Could that be our downtrend? That could be the downtrend, and we're still maybe not technically above it. So we got to just kind of readjust that trend line little by little by little and make sure that this is the correct trend line and make sure that this is a technical little break here of that downtrend. I'd like to see it take on off to that 47.50. That's going to really confirm the break here. It's 47.34, 47.36. It's trying to get some action here, guys. There's 47.40. All right, so that was your break. We got about 40 cents a share right now, guys. If you like to take some profits, you can. It's up to you. Like, I'm looking at a 47.80 target, but if you want to lock in some profits at natural resistance of 47.50, I mean, you guys are up substantially right now, right? You're up 50 cents a share at this point in time. If you're on the option side of things, I mean, you guys are probably crushing it right now. There's a break over 47.50. That was a nice little pop at the end of that candle. Did you notice that price action pop at the end of that candle? That suggests we still have a little bit of room to the upside. So I'm still okay with holding this right now, because I do believe we have potential to 47.80. And I saw how that candle had a quick little pop towards the end of that close, which to me suggests the move's not over. But anything can change at any point in time, so my finger's on the trigger, and if I need to start locking in some profits, I will start locking in some profits. Right now, I'm risk-free, right? I put myself in a 50-cent position of breathing room. Right now, I can run this risk-free and be patient with this to see if we get that full-blown reversal in this continuation. 47.84 and then 48.50 on Twitter. What's VERU doing? It's struggling. ATER, that's actually not a bad break and retest. That's actually not bad at all. Breaking the downtrend, coming back down and retesting, and then continuing, that's actually really clean right there. That's actually not bad whatsoever. A pretty decent little break and retest there on ATER. You have room back to your 640 and 660 if you still have that position on the table. You're still looking decent at this point in time. And that's all you really have, right? VERU is just kind of struggling a little bit. ATER, nice break of the downtrend, nice retest, nice continuation. You just hit your second target there on ATER. But I chose Twitter. I chose Twitter. It just looked a little bit better to me, right? I was really liking this big double bottom. And what really got me was the higher low. Was this higher low here, back above 47 on increased volume? That's what convicted me. That's what brought me into the trade, and that's why I bought it right there as it was starting to pop back above 47 with volume off this higher low, looking for the break of the downtrend. So I really like this big setup on Twitter. It was just a really nice little setup here on Twitter, and I still feel it has some potential to the upside. So let's see. We don't want to see it below, I would say like 47.18. We really don't want to see it dropping below that 47.18 to 47.20 level. Really like to see a nice healthy pullback. You're going to get some profit taking. That's normal, right? As long as we have healthy pullbacks and we see that nice little rebound, we're still good to go. This hesitation is making you want to trim a bit more. Same thing, same thing. I mean, pullbacks are normal, pullbacks are healthy. We need to expect the pullbacks, but when we see these pullbacks, we want them to be pretty consistent, pretty clean and healthy pullbacks. Nice decreasing volume, not too much hesitation, not too much struggling. And right now it's just, it gives you a little bit of that just, is it really going to make that move? Is it really going to be this nice healthy pullback, rebound, transition back to the upside? That's why I'm risk-free right now. You know, if I get stopped out at risk-free, so be it. It'll probably set back up for me, and I could always re-enter if I do get out here. But I still see the potential into the VWAP. It technically broke the downtrend, and it's simply retesting the downtrend. I mean, go look at ATER. It's kind of doing the same thing that ATER did, right, guys? Breaking the downtrend, pulling back, and possibly retesting the downtrend as new support, and we could see a little bit of a reversal off that level. I mean, ATR did the same thing, broke the downtrend, pulled back pretty ugly, and then it rebounded beautifully off that downtrend retest. You could be seeing the same exact thing here on Twitter. Stocks like to break resistance and retest resistance as support. And what did we have? We had downtrend resistance, right? Downtrend resistance. If we hold this downtrend resistance as new support, and that's another higher low here, oh, we definitely still have that room to 47.80. And shoot, I may add to my position too. Decent little bounce. Again, not great, but decent. Right? Decent little bounce. You see a little teeny weeny pop in volume. Little teeny weeny pop. And nothing too crazy, but decent little bounce right there. At least we saw a decent little attempt at a decent little green candle off that downtrend, telling me that at least we do have some traders, you know, seeing the downtrend, and they are respecting it now as a light level of support. It's nice to see that we even have a attempt to break that downtrend. Now we want to see the follow through. Now we want to see a strong continuation. And that's a decent little candle, right? That's a decent little rebound candle. I like it. I like that nice pullback. I like the bounce off the trend line, and I want to see this continue. If this is a higher low pullback and we are reversing, this will break 47.55. If we do not see this just continue over 47.55 relatively soon, and we start to see this roll back on over, it's probably going to dump. If we see this continue to break that 47.55, we do have our VWAP target of 47.80. If this is a possible lower high here, and we start cracking below this 47.08, this thing's dead. It will be dead. Let's see some buyers step back in here. It's not looking good. It's not looking great. I'm out. Broke even. Son of a bitch. That's frustrating. That's frustrating. I'm not going to lie. That can be frustrating, right? I'm out completely, but that's frustrating. You know, you wait an hour for a setup. You get a setup, and then it just kind of chops around a little bit. That can be frustrating. But no, the market's closed tomorrow. Market's closed tomorrow. So yes, the market is closed tomorrow. No, it's a holiday. Market's closed. So yeah, so tomorrow does not count as a market day. So if you used all your funds today thinking that they're going to settle tomorrow and be ready for Monday, they will be settling Monday and your funds will be available on Tuesday. If you're counting Friday as one of your days for a PDT, right? No, right? It's not going to count. So tomorrow does not count as a market day to where you have to wait an additional day to regain some of your day trades if you do have a PDT account. Yeah. Monday, the market's open, if I'm not mistaken, right? It's Good Friday, so the market's closed because of Good Friday. But if I'm not mistaken, the market is open on Monday. Yeah, I pulled out like 30 bucks out of Twitter. And I'm still down on my first position. So I've been down all day like that 460. And I was looking for that nice big continuation on Twitter. I wasn't being greedy, but I had a target in mind and it was looking good. And everything looked fine. I even added to my position as we started to bounce off the trend line. When I saw that nice little bounce here off the trend line, and I saw this, I added to my position. So my cost basis was 47.11. I was looking for that nice continuation up to 47.80. And that was realistic, right? More than realistic. And then when I saw that big red candle, I just got out at break even. I'm like, yeah, I'm not going to take this into a loss because it's going to turn into a loss. If this doesn't continue higher and this is a red candle, it's probably going to dump and fade. And that's exactly what happened. Was it just cracked and it's starting to fade and fall now. So it's unfortunate. It's frustrating when that happens, especially when you wait an hour for a great setup. It confirms, you get your entry, and then it just fails. It can be a little frustrating, but you do the right things. Still doing the right things, making it happen. Oh, Twitter still has potential to fill 41. Yeah. Just because Elon says he wants to buy Twitter doesn't mean they're going to let him buy Twitter. So if the only reason Twitter's up right now is because Elon said, I want to buy Twitter, right? If they say, no, you're not buying Twitter, no, you're not buying us, then yeah, you can see Twitter dump on down and fill that gap at 41. I'm pretty sure, if anybody wants to validate this for me, but I'm pretty sure that the market is open on Monday. I know it's not open tomorrow, but I'm pretty darn sure that the market is open tomorrow. Or not tomorrow, Monday. Yeah, Monday. Yeah, it's open. Okay, cool. Thank you. Yep. All right, guys. Right now, 10:52. Not too much right now. VERU dying on off. ATR slowing on down. KLDO weak. BRQS weak. LEXX not really anything happening here. CRXT, that was a one and done trade. AIRG dead. EVTL dead. HSTO dead. Pretty much a typical Friday. Pretty much your typical Friday. All right, so absolutely. I was getting ready to say, let's do something productive, right? The market's not really healthy. The market's not really on fire. There's really not a lot of like super awesome setups. So we banged out some trades this morning, some winners, some break even. You know, I had a loser on my trade this morning on Twitter for the dip buy. I could have taken profit there. I thought we had another 30 cents in it. Maybe I was a little greedy, not scaling out, but I could have put myself in a winning position. Now that I look back at Twitter, if I would have started scaling out there, I probably could have reduced some of that loss and been pretty close to break even. But yeah, it is what it is. But yes, we can. Stir, I can absolutely help you review a trade. So let's dive into it. Let's do some trade reviews, guys. You guys like the trade reviews? Let's make sure we have that happen. I entered Disney puts today, $100 just to test things. I entered at 9:43 and exited at 9:50. So you had that trade for about 7 minutes. I made 10% and sold. So I'm happy with that for when I approach with a bigger account. But I want to understand why I'm missing out on the bigger picture. I typically scalp premiums. So I'm maybe just a little confused about the question. So I entered Disney puts today at $100. Were you buying a $100 strike on Disney? DIS, were you buying a $100 puts today? You were buying a $100 strike, if I'm reading that correctly, or what? Just trying to make sense of this a little bit. Trying to make sense. So I entered Disney puts today at 100 just to test things. I entered at 9:43, exited at 9:50, 7 minutes. You made 10%. You sold. You're happy with that when you approach it with a bigger account. But I want to understand why I'm missing out on this bigger picture. So I guess I'm a little confused. If you can elaborate, you're missing out on the bigger picture. What do you mean you're missing out on the bigger picture? And maybe Matt, because Matt's in chat today, he's been trading options for 10 years. Maybe Matt can help hit on this as well, besides me. So absolutely. But yeah, if you can elaborate just a little bit more, I'm trying to get more of an understanding on like the trade review. If you're missing the bigger picture, trying to understand what you mean by the bigger picture, I guess. So Disney tested that support. So you entered at what time? 9:43. You exited at 10 o'clock. Made 10%. Seemed like it went up and then it plummeted. It has continued to fall, so I'm missing out on the big drop. I see what you're saying. So you entered the Disney put today. Disney tested the support, right? Tested support. It went up a little bit, then plummeted, and has continued to fall. So you're missing out on the big drop. And you had one put contract. Entered at 9:43, so that'd have been right here. You got in right there. Dropped down a little bit. You sold it. Popped up, and then it continued to fall. So what you're asking is, like, you feel like you missed out on gains. You feel like you missed out on profits. Is that what you're saying? You feel like you missed out on profits, like you were in, you took your profits too soon, it popped up, and then it continued to go against you, and you're like, how do I capitalize on this move, right? Instead of making 10%, how do I see the bigger picture to still possibly hold this trade to make, say, 50%, 60%, 100%? Is that the question? Like, you think maybe you got out too soon and you could have capitalized and made more money on the trade? Because if that's right, if I'm understanding correctly, and that's what you're getting at, then I would have a solution. Correct, fantastic. So, obviously, when we have green on the table, right? When we are up, what's our job? To lock up profits, right? We can all agree that when we take a trade, for whatever reason it is, when we enter a trade and we are green, our goal is to take profit, whether that's 10%, 20%, 30%, 100%, a million percent. It doesn't matter. When we are up, right, we need to be locking in profits. There's that temptation to get paid. We want to get paid. So instead of missing the bigger picture, the bigger move, right? Because here's the thing, right? I want you to know you did the right thing. You took profit. You entered, stock comes down, you're up, you locked in profit. Because what if this would have bounced and broke the high a day and continue to rip and run, right? Would you have still been happy holding that contract? Like, think about it. You got in, you got out, you made 10%. But if you would have gotten in, you would have never gotten out, and Disney would have ripped back up to high a day and you lost 50%, would you be upset with the trade? Probably. You'd be a little upset. You're like, man, I wish I would have just taken my 10%, right? You would have, that's the conversation you would have had with yourself. Man, I wish I would have taken my 10% when I had it. But now you see that you could have made more money. So now you're saying, man, I wish I would have held longer. I wish I would have held longer. But if it was the other way around, you would have been like, man, I wish I would have taken that 10%. So what can you do to stay in the trade longer, to keep capitalizing on the move if it works in your favor? Scale out. So that means maybe you take 2 contracts. All right, start with 1. Be consistent with locking in profits, right? Start with 1 contract. Be consistent with locking in 10, 20%, 10, 20%. Do the right thing. But now you're like, man, if it keeps going in my direction, I still want to have exposure. I still want to be making money. So what do? You do 2 contracts, right? Go 2 contracts. So what do? 2 contracts. It comes down. You're up 10%. You take 1, right? You lock up 1, right? And you hold the other one as a runner. So if it does pop up and then it does dump, you still have that 1 other contract as a runner to make even more money on the table. So that's what I would recommend, is keep consistent with locking in profits when you have them, right? Because looking at this the other way, if you were in up 10% and then you were down 50%, if it worked against you, you'd have been really upset wishing you took 10%. But now when you took 10%, you wish you would have held longer. So what's the solution? Scaling out, leaving a runner on the table. So how do you scale out? You got to take an extra contract. You take that first one quick, you lock in your profits, you do the right thing. You hold the other one as a runner. So if it does continue in your direction, you can continue to lock in those profits because you have a runner on the table. And I think Matt's trying to help out too, which is awesome. If you're scalping the premiums, like Matt said, there's nothing wrong with what you did. And I say there's nothing wrong either. You locked in your profits. You did the right thing. You were up 10%. You could have been down 50% literally 3 minutes later, 5 minutes later. That's how quick options move. You know that. So if you want to put yourself in a position to capitalize on a bigger move, then that's when you start working your way up into multiple contracts. You scalp the first contract, you make your money. And then you hold the second contract as a runner if it does continue to move in your direction. And that's how you would then be able to capitalize on the big moves. So that's one approach. Exactly, right? So if you take that quick 10% and the other one goes negative 10% on you and you cut it, you're break even on the trade, right? Worst case, you're break even. But if you cut the first one and then you're break even on the next one, maybe down 5%, and then it continues down, you're up 50, 60, 70%, it was worth, right? It was worth it taking those 2 contracts. But you have to start with one contract, being consistent, locking in profits. Because if you can't be consistent locking in profits with 1 contract, you're not going to be consistent locking in profits with 2 contracts. Wouldn't you guys agree? So you start with 1 and you hammer it and you just become super, super consistent with it, right? And once you've got that discipline under control and you are consistent with it, then you go to 2 contracts. And the only thing that changes is you're still keeping 1 on the table. So you're doing the same thing. Now you just have 2 contracts. You're up, you take your profits quick on 1, you hold the other one with a break-even stop. And then that's how you continue to have some exposure. But definitely stick with 1, right? And get consistent and disciplined with doing, right, trading that 1 contract the right way, and then add the secondary contract, and then just always make sure that that runner, right, is always at risk free. So worst case, like you said, you walk away from the trade break even. Best case, you continue to make some money on that, you know, that runner. Peloton is halted? Well, halted up, halted down? Wow, that's a weird move. What's up with Peloton? Why that massive drop on Peloton? So big dump, big squeeze to the upside. What's up with that? So Peloton's live, but why is this stock ripping right now? It's weird. Increasing their prices? An activist investor urges a sale of the company. Activist again calls for a sale of Peloton. They don't care for the new or old CEO. Okay. Well, I'm like, I hope it rips because I do freaking own some of this shit. I still own some Peloton. So if it wants to go, fuck, let it go. I can start getting back into the green here. I really want like a killer opportunity, guys. I'd really like just a killer setup, a killer opportunity to be able to lock in some profits here today, guys. But right now, man, the market is slow, really slow. So we're still banging out an open floor discussion period right now. So if you guys have any topics, any questions, now's the time to ask those. Just because the market's dead and then it's technically our Friday, doesn't mean we're just gonna burn the next hour and do nothing. So we're gonna do something, right? Let's go ahead and talk about something. What's something you guys need help with? We can review more trades, still pick my brain, ask all the questions you wanna ask. I'm here to help you guys out. You know, LEXX is starting to pick on up here just a smidge here on LEXX. Trying to pick on up here a little bit, but still no volume really at this point in time. So Chris asking, should I strive for 25K to beat the PDT rule while trading on the simulator account? My question for you, Chris, is if you paper trade a $25,000 simulator account, right? And you do that for 6 months, a year, and you are super freaking consistent and you are learning and just crushing it. And you want to go to a live account. Are you going to be able to fund that account with, say, 30 grand? Or are you going to have to fund it with $1,000 or $2,000? What do you mean, Kamal? Josh, why is your right monitor so different from your left? What do you mean? Why is my right monitor so different from my left? What do you mean? Like my chart? Like why is my right chart different from my left chart? Or are you talking an actual monitor? Because I have 4 monitors, but if you're talking about the charts that you see 2 charts. The plan is to treat the 25K as a chart. So my left chart is an intraday chart, 1 minute, 3 minute, 5 minute. And then on the right hand side, it's my daily, right? Because I get support and resistance levels from the daily chart. So what I prefer, and it's just personal preference, is having my intraday off to the left and having my daily and higher time frames off to the right, because I gauge levels of support and resistance based on higher time frames, such as the daily. The plan is to treat the 25K as a savings and use 1K to trade on. So your plan is to have a $25,000 account that's savings and use 1K to trade on just to get over the PDT rule. That's what I'm gathering here, is you want to get over the PDT rule by funding it with more than 25K, but you're only going to trade with $1,000. Right off the bat, that's going to take serious discipline. If that's the case, that's going to take serious discipline. So if you can really discipline yourself to do that, then what you need to do is fund a $1,000 simulator account, a $2,000 simulator account, because the simulator account, it's not going to restrict you to the PDT, right? You're going to be able to freely trade as much as you want. And reality is, if you put 25, 30 grand into that account, right, just to get over PDT, and you're only trading with $1,000 or $2,000, then what you need to do on that simulator account is set it up to where it only looks like you have $1,000 or $2,000 to actually trade with, buying power. But here's the thing, with a live account, you're gonna have to be super disciplined, right? Super disciplined to only use $1,000 or $2,000 to trade on. And that's gonna be tough, right? That's gonna be tough. So that's what I would do. And if you can become consistent, 3 months, 6 months, only trading a $1,000 or $2,000 simulator account, and you see success and you see profitability, then I don't think that's a terrible idea, but you gotta make sure you're very, very, very disciplined. But what he's getting at is he wants that freedom with no PDT rule. He wants to be able to trade as much as he wants and not have to wait for his cash to settle every day. From what I gathered, that's what his game plan is to fund the account to where he has freedom to trade in limited times without having to wait for that cash to settle. If I start with 2K the day trade, can I do it with which broker? You can do it with any broker. Webull, TD Ameritrade, Fidelity, Schwab, Interactive Brokers. Yeah, you can set up a smaller account, right? 2K, 3K, and you can day trade with a small account. Some brokers, require $500 deposits, $2,000 deposits from margin accounts. It really just depends, but I'm pretty sure across the board, 2K, you can pretty much set yourself up with any broker, right? And I would recommend, I always say Webull and TD because those are the easiest, most user-friendly platforms to get to know. And the charting is great. The tools and resources are great. But when it comes to like order execution, Webull sucks. Order execution with TD for equities, it sucks big time. Options, not too bad. TD is good with options. But Fidelity so far is like by far the best. Like Fidelity is by far the best when it comes to order execution. So if you never want to go under 25K, what I would recommend doing is starting with like 26K in your account, right? Starting with 26K in your account, and that $1,000 is what you trade with. But what you have to do is treat the account like it's an $1,000 account. So for example, if you are only going to be using $1,000 to trade with, what's 3% of your $1,000 account, right? Well, that's 30 bucks. That means you can't risk any more than $30 a trade. You can't say, well, I have a $25,000 account, so I'm going to risk 3% on this trade and risk $750. If you enter a trade and you're going to risk $750, but you're only really supposed to be using $1,000 a trade, that means you just lost 75% of your account, right? So you got to really make sure that you're structuring it the correct way and being disciplined to make sure that you're building your plans around $1,000, $2,000, not around $25,000. So I would say go with 26. right? If that's what your goal is. But first things first, and you know this, is getting that consistency under your belt in a paper account, right? Getting that consistency under your belt in that paper account and prove to yourself you can do that consistently with discipline. Build the attachment to the paper account, right? That's what I recommend. Build that attachment to that paper account. Treat it like it's real, right? Have that emotional connection. Have that attachment as if it is a real account and treat it correctly. 3 months, 6 months, however long it takes. And then you're going to have so much confidence. You're going to be like, yeah, I'm ready to go. I'm ready to make this happen. You've been in the paper account for 5 months. How's your success been? Right? How's your how you been doing so far? You're up 186 on the paper. Now, have you been treating it like a real account? Right? Like when I ask you, have you been treating it like a real account? Most of the time, everybody says yes. So my next question is, if you've taken a loss on your paper account, have you gotten frustrated? Like, if you've gotten frustrated for taking a loss on your paper account, that means you're treating it real, right? Because no one gets frustrated when they take losses on paper accounts most of the time. They're like, it's whatever, it's fake money, whatever. But if you start to really feel like frustration and emotions on a paper account, you're treating it right. And I would say you're ready to go to a live account. Like when I was paper trading, I used to just be aggressive, right? And I wouldn't give two craps about the outcome. Right? Wouldn't be excited about winners. I wouldn't be excited or frustrated about losers. And then when I really felt like I was ready, it's when I started to feel those emotions with trading just slightly. I started to build a slight emotional attachment to a fake account because that's how much it mattered to me, right? That's how much that paper account really determined my success. Like if I don't do this on the paper account, I'm not going to go to a live account and be successful. So I started to build this weird, emotional connection to a fake account. And then I started to treat it more realistic every single day, right? Really building the plans. If I didn't honor my stop loss and took more of a loss, I'd get frustrated. Like, man, you're stupid. You just lost more money than what... And I actually thought I was losing money and making money, but I wasn't. But in the back of my mind, that's how real I treated it, and that's how real you have to treat it. So if you feel frustration and emotions on a paper account, that means you're treating it like a real account. Because if that was a real account, and you took a stupid trade and it was dumb and you realized it was a bad trade and you FOMO'd in, you would be really frustrated on a live account and you feel that frustration or anything, right? On a paper account, that means you're treating it the right way. You're treating it as if it's a real account and you're doing the right things with it, right? You're not being greedy. You're not being, aggressive. You're treating it realistic. You're building those plans. You're doing the right things, right? You're managing it correctly. The best paper trading platform, I'd say TD Ameritrade is probably by far the best paper trading platform out there. TD Ameritrade for sure. And what I always recommend too, going from a paper account to a live account, you go with very small size, right? Even if you're like, I'm just gonna go 25K and only trade with 1,000, I would still highly recommend that before you fully fund that account for the first month, the first 30 days, that you just put $1,000 in there on a cash account or a margin account, doesn't matter, but actually fund it with like $1 or $2 grand. For 30 days, make sure you're upholding your rules, you're remaining disciplined, that you're treating it the same way. And then once you prove to yourself, all right, 30 days in, I'm treating it the same, then go ahead and fund that if you'd wish to get over your PDT rule. But I would still say before you go full blown, go with a live real account, but keep it small in the beginning and stay consistent with that for at least 30 days, I would think. And then make sure you prove to yourself that you're ready for that bigger account. I think you can trade options on the simulator account, if I'm not mistaken. I think you can. I'm pretty sure you can. I mean, someone can verify that inside a chat that's using the simulator account on TD, but I'm pretty sure you can trade options through a simulator account on TD Ameritrade. But like Matt's hitting on, you know, the fills are not realistic. So it may look like you're making money on a paper account, right? Because the fills aren't realistic. And when you go to a live account, you're gonna realize like, whoa, what's going on? So just realize on a paper account, your entries and exits are not realistic. It may look like you're making more money than what you really would have been on a live account. And you figure that out, gotcha. Exactly, Chris. Exactly. You got the right mindset, man. You've been in a paper account for a good amount of time. You've built confidence. You've built a playbook, a strategy. You're starting to identify what your edge is in the market. And again, overall, you're feeling more confident, ready to go to a live account to really see these legitimate profits. And so, again, I think, you know, if you've spent that much time in a paper account and you have that confidence, that skill set, you know, acquired and developed and that edge, then yeah, go to your real account. It's time. Right? It's time. But before you go full blown, I still recommend a smaller account. Like throw 2K into a live account on a margin account and just run that for a couple weeks, maybe a month, and just run that and make sure that you're still treating it the same way you were treating that simulator account. And if you see that you're still treating it the same way and everything's consistent, then it's time to say, I'm ready to go full size. So yeah, you can paper trade on a options on TD Ameritrade. Market's slow and dry. I mean, market's pretty dead right now, guys. I mean, across the board, market is pretty dead. So right now, I don't see any reason to be entering a new trade, any reason to be in anything at this point in time. Honestly, I say you probably just start enjoying your weekend, guys. We'll be back here tomorrow, 8:30. I know the market's closed, but I want to come back, spend about an hour, 2 hours with you guys, and do some trade reviews, recap your week, help you journal, you know, dropping just trying to be of value and provide some education. Even though the market's closed, we can still show up and spend maybe a little bit of time together and make it happen. So if you guys want to be here tomorrow, be here. I'll be in chat. I'll have a live stream up and we'll have some fun with it. And we'll be dropping some value bombs for you guys. The market is dead. Absolutely. Yeah, it's dead. Absolutely. I mean, you have things moving little by little, but there's no great setups, no great opportunities. Right now, being in a trade, you're kind of just forcing a trade at this point in time. So it's definitely a slow day. You know, it was very choppy today. Today is a challenging day. I'll be the first one to say it. Today was not normal. Today was hard. Today was challenging. Don't get me wrong. There was a couple good setups. We had some winners. We had some profits today, but it wasn't, you know, an abundance of opportunity just left and right. Today was more of a challenging day in the market. Really sideways, really choppy. Opportunity was there, and then it dropped off really quick. We got more profits and profit chat. Let's go look at those profits and profit chat. Add a little bit more to the small account. Right on, Corey. Nice. You got 189 on the main account, 99 on the small account. Catherine, CXRT, plus $100. Leon, 35. Good job, guys, grinding those small accounts, locking in those quick profits, making it happen. Proud of each and every one of you. Good job, team. Especially on a challenging day, right? We all know it was a pretty challenging day. Ooh, we got got more profits. I see that little red button. Hey, oh, Kevin, negative 40. Dude, it's all good, buddy. From Kevin being our top trader on Wednesday, locking like Tuesday, locking like $2,200, right? To lose $40 today, that's a winning day, Kevin. To be able to come in and make thousands of dollars a day, and we have a red day, it's $40 in red. That's a successful day. That's a winning day, Kevin. So hey, good job. Stay disciplined, keeping those losses small, and when we have the opportunities presenting themselves, and it's that time to make it happen, we'll make it happen. So good job, Kevin, on that. Keeping those losses really small compared to those gains, buddy. Good job. Again, good job keeping those losses small, Langston, right? Good job keeping those losses very, very small, right? So good job reading those charts, seeing the setups, making it happen, trade not working with you, getting out, walking away. So good job on that. Keep those losses small, guys. I'm not gonna lie, Veru kind of has that curl effect to it, right? It's just getting that nice little grind. So nice big rip, hasn't really been doing too much, but it's starting to give you that nice little U shape. It's trying to build some higher lows here, and it looks like it's trying to pick on up here above that 1540-ish level of support. Looking for a possible little bit of a U shape, maybe one last little leg on up here on Veru. And Corey hit it on the head. I was getting ready to hit that on the head, but I say it a lot. And I don't want to like frustrate anybody, especially if you're working on your own plan and your own edge. But Corey had made a great point, right? Be careful with standard stops. A standard stop is a set dollar amount or a set percentage. Be careful with that. When you start using set percentages for stops and set dollar amounts for stops and not basing it on the chart, you take that risk of getting prematurely stopped out of a trade. And the last thing that we want to do is be in a good trade, get prematurely stopped out, and then watch it rip. Every single trade, the stop loss is based on the chart. The entry is based on the chart. The target is based on the chart. So if we know our entry is based on the technicals, and we know our targets are based on technicals, why would we use standard stop losses? It seems a little counterintuitive, right? We would want to base our stop losses on the technicals as well. And if that means you have to reduce your size, that means you reduce your size. If you're like, I want to go 10 cents, but my stop needs to be 30 based on the chart, that means you need to scale back on your position sizing to not still exceed that dollar amount loss. But again, I like how you're taking the initiative and you're creating your own rules, right? I like the initiative, creating rules, developing those plans. But now it's just continuing to be in the market, listening, hearing everything we say, being observant, right? Paying attention. And then the more you watch us break down stocks and build plans and take trades, you're going to start to see what setups have what stop losses, what entries, what targets, and it's all going to start making sense in time, and it's all going to start clicking little by little by little. Gosh, Corey, he's been in my head all week. All week. Have you guys noticed? Like, someone will ask a question, and me and Corey will both type the same freaking response at the same time? Consistently this week. There's been like 5 times that we both said the same thing at the same time. It's like, dude, get out of my head, Corey. Get out of my head. You're driving me crazy. No, I'm kidding. It takes practice and time and seeing the same pattern over and over and over. Like, listen, man, I could take a week off and Corey could hold it down. Like, I could literally take a month off and Corey's got it. Corey can hold it down inside of chat, man. I'm just going to pay Corey to take over chat next month, and I'm taking a vacation. I'll see you guys next month. All right, guys, 11:30. If we have any other questions, comments, concerns, anything you guys would like to discuss at this point in time, please let me know. If not, I think we will go ahead and wrap up our day. I do want to jump in the crypto chat. So I have all my wallets connected to CoinTracker. Is there a way to just upload all of my info to H&R Block or TurboTax? Do I have to enter all these transactions manually? I have like 1,500 transactions. So here's what I would say. I talked to my CPA. I got to talk to him again today, but I talked to my CPA 2 weeks ago. He said, did you do any crypto stuff last year? I said, yes. He said, do you have your documents, your transactions? I said, no. They said, what? I'm like, I didn't connect my wallets. I didn't connect my brokers. I didn't connect anything. So I can't go to Coinbase and get my tax statement. It's not available yet. Can't get anything. Like, I'd have to send you all the transactions. They say, don't worry about it. I'm like, no, I want to worry about it, right? Because if I owe taxes, I owe taxes. If there's a loss, I want to be able to apply the loss. They say the IRS can't technically track it right now. They want to. They're working on it. By next year, they will have a way to track crypto. Right now, technically speaking, they don't have a way to track crypto, is what he said. I'm like, you're steering me in the right direction, right? You're my CPA. They said yes, right? They said it's not going to be a problem because they can't really go back and track anything right now at this point in time, but there will be a way moving forward. So what I would say is, that's not my advice. That was his advice, and they're licensed. That's the advice they gave me, and I'm just speaking that out there. That's just what I was told and how my taxes are being done without any crypto-related transactions for 2021. What he doesn't know is I record everything. What he doesn't know is I record everything. When I walk in somewhere and I have a serious conversation, my phone is recording all the time. But then I go to court and they're like, did you have permission to record him? No, then it's not. You can't hold it up. All good. Yeah, I'm going to be liquidating my account on Fidelity, just so you guys know. I've run into too many issues this week. It's unfortunate. I'm thinking about trying TradeStation, guys. I think I'm going to try some TradeStation. I just don't want to do another ACAT transfer. It's going to take forever. The cost basis is get adjusted. I can't do anything to my positions for a week. So it just takes forever. Well, I don't know how Florida works, but hopefully it works in Florida. So, I mean, I'm liking this VERU setup. I do like this VERU setup, breaking the downtrend, right? We're trying to get that nice little curl, trying to get the nice little pop. We start breaking that downtrend, guys, this thing could rip back up to high a day. I was thinking about taking a trade on VERU here, but Fidelity is just glitching out too much on me today. I don't feel confident. I don't feel confident right now trying to jump on in. So I'm just going to shut down today. I'm shut down completely. Do you want to? No, I don't want to make any changes. I just want to close it down. Out of sight, out of mind. We are coming to lunch hours. I do not want to start justifying a trade, but honestly, VERU looks decent. We're popping up with volume here. That level 2 and time and sales is very, very active. Looks like we have some decent price action at this point in time, and it's a definite little setup, guys. Little double bottom break of the downtrend. Back up to high a day is definitely realistic. And we did hold nicely above that 1550 support. When's the deadline to file taxes? Is it today or tomorrow? When does the filing have to be in? Is it the 14th or is it the 16th? Because they still haven't filed my freaking taxes yet. And I'm over here like, come on, guys. You're really pushing it right now. IRS website, or if you know how much you and your wife receive an penny, you can put that number getting it from IRS is the safest option. You think it's Monday since tomorrow's a holiday? Gotcha. They're gonna have to file an extension today. I just say they filed the damn extension. Give me another 30 days to take it easy. Because right now they are pushing the deadline. I gotta get some tax stuff done today, guys. It's the 18th, so okay, Monday's taxes this year. Thanks, Todd. Appreciate it. It's the 18th. Nice, nice, nice. I like the level 2 on Fidelity, Tim. I do too. I do too. I like the I like it on Fidelity. The level 2. I like the orders on Fidelity, right? I love the orders. The execution, it's flawless. It's great. But, you know, there's just been some issues this week. There's already a couple things I'm not crazy about. Just the way you have to enter orders, the way that the cost basis takes an hour to update. It's just, there's some issues that really, that hurt just the way I like to trade. So I'm like, you know what, I might have to go trade station. I'm probably gonna just do an ACAT at the trade station, see how that works, and give them a shot. And if I find a broker that does free commissions and fees that's just as good as, say, like Lightspeed, I may go with them full time. I would like interactive brokers, but their platform is really bad. Platform is really bad with interactive brokers. It's just outdated. But you can API it, right? You can API it to a different platform, but I haven't really found a platform that that works well for me. Oh, so it's Monday. All right, so we do have some time. We do have some time. Deadline's Monday. Cobra? You know, that's the thing is like, Cobra I hear is great. Centerpoint Securities is great. Lightspeed's great. I already have Lightspeed. I don't have any problems with them. The only reason I'm testing brokers that do free commissions and fees, because if there's a broker out there that offers, you know, free commissions and fees or less commissions and fees than I pay with Lightspeed, and it's just as good from an order execution standpoint and a platform standpoint, I will choose to go there to save in commissions and fees. My commissions and fees last year were substantial. They add up quick, right? So yeah, that's the only reason I was like testing some brokers and whatnot. And I thought Fidelity was the winner. But the main thing is they need to add the ability to do like hotkeys or hot buttons, kind of like what you can do with Active Trader on TD. They don't have that. You got to retype in the order every freaking time, and it sucks. It's just a process. It's just a process I haven't gotten really confident with. And then the big thing is the updating the cost basis. I like to scale out of positions. I like to maybe sometimes scale into positions, right? I like doing that. And so if like I get 100 shares at $10 and I average in at say 10.50, another 100 shares, I know what the cost basis is. 200 shares at 10.25. There was one day it took Fidelity 20 minutes to update my cost basis. And I'm like, I know my cost basis. It's not, it's recalculating, and it acts like I don't have a position. My account balance never looks right. It's just there's something about it. I love Fidelity from an order standpoint, but I just can't seem to just be confident with it. I don't know. Absolutely, Steve. Just remind me. Just remind me, Steve. Absolutely, we can talk about it. TradeStation has been solid for me the last 2 weeks. Just for love of everything. Restart the program every morning. Do not leave it on in the background overnight. Gotcha. Would love to hear some of your thoughts on this price action, VERU, if you can. Yeah, VERU. Right now, what we do see when we talk about price action is we do see right? A lot of orders moving in, right? There's some action on the time and sales. There's some action on the level 2, right? We do have some good price action. It's jumping around, right? It's moving. There's a lot of orders, right? We want to find a stock that has good price action. Nothing that's just stagnant, right? That's an order every 5 seconds, an order every 10 seconds. We want to see that thing moving quick, right? So right now we can see that there's some activity. There's a lot of orders coming in here on VERU. But right now, to really get this thing going, we got to break that 16 mark and that downtrend. So when I look at the time and sales on the level 2 on VERU, I'm like, okay, we have some decent price action, right? There's some orders coming through, right? That level 2 is moving pretty quick. That time and sales is moving pretty quick. We see it's active, right? We go look at something like BRQS, right? The price action really isn't all that great, right? That was 3 seconds to a new order, 2 seconds before you see a new order. 5 seconds till you see a new order come through. So you see it's not as active. It's not moving as much, right? There was a 5-second delay between orders, right? So we see it's a little bit slower. There's not a lot of price action. And we can visually see that based on how the time and sales is moving and that level 2 is moving. We go look at something like VERU. I mean, it's just spitting out orders. It's spitting out orders. It's spitting out orders. There's activity, right? There's activity. There's some good price action, decent price action, which helps support potential moves, potential breakouts. So we look at something like BRQS, we say it's not the best price action because it's very slow. All right, that time and sales is like a 9mm at the gun range. Pop, 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 right? VERU is like a machine gun. Just to give you an analogy, right? So we want to see that time and sales like a machine gun just going off, right? That shows that we have some decent price action that we could help, that can help support, you know, these moves. Another freaking rug pull on VERU. You got to lock in your profits quick. Rug pull city today on VERU. 1, 2, 3 rug pulls on VERU. So you got to be quick to lock in those profits, guys. That's nasty. But that's price action. When I try and, you know, explain price action, we can explain price action based on what we see on the level 2 and the time and sales. And there was your comparison, VERU, and how it's active compared to BRQS and how it's not very active. My beautiful machine gun 9mm analogy to give you guys an idea of what I mean. And when we see the movement on the time and sales of the level 2, and we have some like decent price action, right? That's going to help give us these breaks, give us these rips, give us these runs, because we see that it's active. We see that there's traders here buying and selling. But if we're looking for a breakout on a stock and it's just not moving on the time and sales in level 2, do we really think it's going to get that big time breakout that we're expecting? No, there's no price action. It's not moving. There's no traders. There's no buyer and sellers right now, or not a lot of them. We want to find that stock that has a lot of traders, a lot of buyers and sellers. We want a stock that's moving. And how do we tell, right? Obviously, we can look at the chart. We get an idea based on price action, how that time and sales in level 2 is moving. And that's why we're able to see VERU get that quick spike about 70 cents to the upside after it broke the downtrend, because you already had some pretty decent price action. You already saw traders here, you know, involved, engaged, looking for that potential break, and then boom, quick little 70-cent spike there on VERU. But, you know, we know on Fridays, right? Fridays, especially when the market's not trending and continuing to rip and run, we got to lock in those profits quick. We see a trade, we get in, it spikes up 20, 30, 40 cents. We're getting out, getting out, getting out, getting out. We're trading today like a Friday. We're not looking to buy and hold and scale in, scale out for the most part. We're looking for those nice setups, great setups. We get in, the setup happens, we get out quick, just in case we get these nasty little pullbacks and nasty little rug pulls. And VERU is a prime example of when we see a setup, we get out quick, right? This is the 3rd rug pull that we've seen today on VERU. So we know if we see another good setup at some point today, and it looks great, low risk, high reward, right? And we see that setup and we want to take it. What do we have to be mindful of? There's already been 3 rug pulls, right? The probability of another one is pretty high. So if we're getting in, we have to be getting out quick as well to secure those profits before that potential rug pull that takes place. So right now, market is done for, guys. The market's done, right? I say you guys are done trading for the day. I already shut my brokers down maybe like 20 minutes ago. Like, I've been done. Out of sight, out of mind. No reason to really, you know, get involved with anything. I made what, $14.99 on that one trade. Was it Pbts or something like that? I mean, yeah, a whopping. Was it Pbts? No, it wasn't Pbts, was it? No, it was. I can't remember what it was. Oh, it was KLDO. It was KLDO. How's that doing? It's doing nothing. So, yeah. So I mean, a whopping $14.99. Yay! And then a $400 loss on Twitter out of the gate. I could have been break even. I didn't take profits. I stopped out of that one trade for risk free, so I'm down like $400 on that. You know, I made 24 yesterday, so this week I think I'm right around like 2K. Right, it was a pretty average week. You know, my yesterday's profits pretty much made my week. It was a short week. Again, lost 400 the day. Yesterday I locked in, I think it was like, yeah, 27. Yeah, 27. And then other than that, I think I lost maybe a couple $100 on Tuesday, if I'm not mistaken. And I wasn't on that account Monday. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday were the only 3 days that I traded my live account. Took a loss there on Tuesday. Had a winner there on yesterday, and then today I lost $400. So I mean, it was a very it was a week. I mean, I probably netted maybe like $1,900, give or take, this week. So not too crazy, but you know, green's green. Green's good. I'll take it. But it definitely could have been a much better week. Much better week. But green's green. I'll take it. Exactly. Once a rug pull, always a rug pull. That's my mindset too. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Yeah, you see one rug pull, it's pretty safe to say you'll probably see another one, and another one, and another one, and another one. I don't like trading stocks that show rug pulls. If I see a rug pull, I typically don't trade the stock. Like, I'll short, right? When I see a stock with rug pulls, right, what I like to do sometimes is take a quick trade and then flip short. If I start to see that nasty price action, I start to see it dropping after a good bullish break, and I'm long, I'll typically flip short. I mean, that was my trading back in what, November, December, when all we had were rug pulls. Remember November, December, and small caps? It was like every stock every day, good setups followed by rug pulls. Great setups followed by rug pulls. So what did we have to do? We actually made a shift. We transitioned. We weren't trading long. We weren't trading these great long setups. We were waiting for the setup to actually start to play out. And if we started to see that nasty price action, we were actually going shorts for the rug pulls. And right now, it's just, you know, we haven't seen this a lot. It hasn't really been consistent. The market's cleaned up a lot this year. Again, it's been more consistent. When we see a good setup, they've been playing out beautifully in our favor for the most part. But we always have to be adapting. If we continue to see this type of price action and this type of movement in the market next week, the week after, and we're kind of back to the same trend of what we had late last year, what do we need to do? Think short. Think this stock looks great to the long side, but 80% of the time, it's a false move followed by a rug pull. So you wait for the breakout, you wait to see the start of that false move, and then flip short for those nasty rug pulls. That's how you're going to make money in the market if we have the same types of market conditions that we had late last year. But like I said, right now, you don't have to worry about that. We're not seeing that consistently. We're seeing more great setups playing out in our favor consistently versus these rug pulls. It's just end of the week trading, lunchtime trading, and that's what we're seeing right now in the market. All right, guys. So if we don't have any other final questions, we're gonna go ahead and wrap up our day, guys. Right? It's 11:49 in the market. I honestly think, and this is my honest, whatever you want to call it, just me being honest right now. If you're looking to trade something, I think you're forcing it. Right? If we're looking at setups, we're looking at trades. Right? I think we're going to start justifying. Like, we're going to justify why this is a good trade. We're going to justify why this is a good trade. We're going to justify why this is a good trade. I feel like right now at this point in time, end of the week, 1150, volume's dying on off, pretty nasty movement. Today's already been a really challenging, choppy day the way it is. I think right now at this point in time, if we see a setup, I think it's gonna be more or less like justification. Trying to justify why it's a good trade, justify a reason to get in. I honestly think your best bet is to take the profits you have and enjoy your holiday weekend and come back Monday when we have more volume and more activity in the market versus sitting here hunting for trades, justifying a setup, getting in, getting caught up in some kind of rug pull, taking a big loss, and not just running this momentum and positivity into next week. So take those small profits, take those profits, end your day, enjoy those. If you didn't trade the day, hey, that's fine. Today was a challenging day. If you had a small loss, good job keeping your losses small. Don't continue to add to your losses. Don't give your profits back. It's 12 o'clock, volume's dying on off. It is the end of the week, so right now, I'm personally shut down because I think that's the right thing to do. Everyone have a great weekend, and Josh, have a good one, and I'll see you as well, Mr. Kevin, this Money Monday. And I'm already excited for Money Monday, right? We got 3 days until we get there, but I am already fired up for Money Monday trading, guys. It's gonna be a better week. It's gonna be an awesome week, and we officially got, what, 2 more weeks of the month? Yes, we do. Yes, we do. We got 2 more weeks to go. So let's keep locking in those profits and let's make April a great month in chat. Again, it's April showers, baby. It's raining with profits all day, every day. So keep up the amazing work. Keep grinding. Keep doing what you guys do best. Coming into the market, making it happen, and locking in those profits. I think it's time to shut down. That's why I shut down. I think it's time. I think if I'm sitting here looking at something to trade, I think I'm justifying it. I'm going to start justifying it and trying to find a reason that's a good trade, and it's not naturally coming to me. I think I'm going to be forcing trades. So I'm over total daily goal when combining both accounts. No sense in giving it back. Exactly. If you're close to your goal, you hit your goal, you're exceeding your goal, get out of the market, right? Why do you want to give those profits back? If you're slightly red on the day and it's a small loss, right, you need to pat yourself on the back and give yourself props for keeping your losses small. The last thing you want to do is have the mindset of, but I want to make my profits, I want to make my losses back. I want to be green on the day, because what you're going to do is force something, justify the trade, and end up even more red on the day. And then you're going to be 10 times more discouraged and 10 times more upset. So go ahead and accept the loss if you have one. I'm accepting my $500 loss. I've accepted it. I can bounce back for $500 the first trade on Monday. But if I dig myself a $2,000, $3,000 hole, guess what? Not only am I digging myself a $2,000 to $3,000 hole to dig out of next week, I'm also giving back my monthly profits that I've generated so far. So again, I'm shut down, out of sight, out of mind. Right now, it's not like there's anything really awesome in the market. So enjoy your weekend, guys. Take care. Have an amazing Easter. Eat well. Take your kids out to an Easter egg hunt. Do what you guys do. Have some fun. Enjoy your time with friends and family. Enjoy that freedom, baby. And I'll see you guys back here Money Monday, and we will do it all over again, won't we? Steve, nice job. A little $100 profit on the day. Way to get it. Good job, team. Good job. And what I want every single person doing on Monday, everybody in chat on Monday, what I want you guys doing is refreshing your browser cache. So before you come in the chat, and before you log in on Monday, and if you're already logged in, log out. Clear your cache, refresh the page, log back in. We are going to be doing another round of updates and patches this weekend. Okay, so we added some features and functionality this week. We've noticed a couple bugs. So what we're going to be doing is patching the system, updating it one final time with all of your final requests for features. So make sure to see those changes, that you clear your cache, you log out, and then get a nice fresh connection, and you'll see all those features working good. Typing indicator, previously watched lessons in the video lessons library. Again, you guys wanted that to see if you've watched one or not. The video lessons library is now up. Again, this week it was kind of 50-50, hit or miss. I wasn't able to upload lessons because, again, that system has been worked on. Again, we've added that functionality, the typing functionality. We're going to be adding a the other one too, a TR room. It's going to be called the TR room, the trade review room. So what we'll be doing is, if you guys have trades you want reviewed, you'll be posting that those details up in that room. And then, you know, when we have time throughout the day, we'll definitely dive into those trade reviews for you guys and break those down and pick them apart. So you'll be seeing that new feature and then some other new things as well, guys. All right, so do we have any final questions, comments, concerns? If not, let's go ahead and end our trading day and enjoy our weekend, traders. All right. And if you guys are on YouTube, again, we kept it open today because it's a short trading week. Seeing if we can hit some little bangers today in the market. Unfortunately, the market was just choppy and messy. But just so you guys know, I saw some messages popping through about new seats, registrations being open. Yes, for the holiday weekend, I did open up more seats for the community. All right, so if you guys do go to the website, you will see that registration is back open. Just wanted to give you guys a heads up. And so far, I think about 4 or 5 of those seats have already been taken. So they do get filled up fast when we release more seats, just to give you guys a heads up. All right. I think we're set. I think we're good. Everybody, seems like everybody's working out of chat. Yeah, we had a lot of viewers, and now we're back down. We've lost about 50% of members in chat. They're gone. They're enjoying that weekend. Kids King, thank you for everything you do. I thank you guys for being here. Thank you guys for your support. Thank you guys for everything you do. We wouldn't be the best community if it wasn't for you guys. So keep showing up. Keep making it the best. I love you all. Have a wonderful holiday weekend, guys, with your friends and family. Enjoy it. Soak it up. Enjoy it. Again, I always repeat myself. My goodness, Josh. But anyway, team, take care. Have a good weekend. I'll see you guys back here bright and early Money Monday at the start of pre-market, 7 a.m. as we kick off week number 3 of April. We officially have 10 trading days left. Let's make them the best trading days yet. All right, let's end it the way we always end it, baby. In 3, in 2, in 1. Way to come in today, team. Way to make it happen. Way to crush it, and way to end the week on a strong note. Keep up the amazing work, team. If you guys have any questions, drop me a message inside of chat or shoot me a line. Members at alphadaytrading.com. Until then, happy safe trading. Enjoy your weekend, and I'll see you guys back here Money Monday at 7 a.m. Take care, guys. I'll talk to you later.
Every time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. Lead to nice and alone conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that time you come around, you know I can't say no. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights, singing alone. Conversations with a stranger I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I'm just looking for a way out now. I can't escape. Nothing happens after two. It's true, it's true. My bad habits lead to you.
I do the same thing. I told you that I never would. I told you I changed, even when I knew I never could. Know that I can't find nobody else as good as you. I need you to stay, need you to stay. I did wrong, wake up, I'm wasted. I realize the time that I wasted. I feel like I can't feel the way I feel. Be fucked up if you get me right. Be fucked up if you get me right. I've been trying to call. I've been on my own for long enough. Maybe you can show me how to love. Maybe I'm going through withdrawals. You don't even have to do too much. You can turn me on with just a touch, baby. I look around and Sin City's cold and empty. No one's around to judge me. I can't see clearly when you're gone. I said, I'm blinded by the lights. No, I can't sleep until I feel your touch. I said, I'm drowning in the night. Oh, when I'm like this, you're the one I trust.
I never thought that I would find a way out. I never thought I'd hear my heartbeat so loud.
I can't believe there's something left in my chest anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. I used to think that I was made out of stone. I used to spend so many nights on my own. I never knew I had it in me to dance anymore. But goddamn, you got me in love again. Show me the heavens like it, baby. Touch me so I know I'm not crazy. Never, ever, ever met somebody like you. Used to be afraid of loving money like you. But goddamn, you got me in love again. You got me in love again. You got me in love again.
Put your hands up, get 'em up, get 'em up. Drop it, blood, drop it, blood.
Let's get down to business. Give you one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to business. Mama, please don't worry about me. I'm about to let my heart speak. My friends keep telling me to leave this. So let's get down to business.
This is your time, put your hands up. Put your hands up. Put your hands up. This is your time, put your hands up. This is your time, put your hands up.
Once was a ship that put to sea. The name of the ship was a Billy of Tea. The winds blew up her bow, up down below my bully boy blow. Seen I'd been 2 weeks from shore when down on her a right whale bore. The captain called all hands and swore he'd take that whale in tow. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tide is done, we'll take our leave and go. Soon may the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tide is done, we'll take our leave and go. Take our leave and go. Someday the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tide is done, we'll take our leave and go. Someday the wellerman come to bring us sugar and tea and rum. One day when the tide is done, we'll take our leave and go. Take our leave and go. Da 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 da. Da.
taste like yours. Strawberries and something more. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Lipstick on my guitar. Fill up the engine, we can drive real far. Go dancing underneath the stars. Ooh yeah, I want it all. Got me feeling like I wanna be that guy. I wanna kiss your eyes. I wanna drink that smile. I wanna feel like I left my soul's on fire. I wanna stay up all day and all night. Yeah, you got me singing like, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. When they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back. And we'll say, ooh, I love it when you do it like that. And when you're closer, give me the shivers. Oh baby, you wanna dance till the sunlight cracks. When they say the party's over, then we'll bring it right back.
I can work you out. Are you thinking about something better? Holding on to you while you drag me through stormy weather. The only time you smile is in the photographs. And when I pull you close, it's like you're holding back. Before we turn to strangers, found a love in the dark. Tell it to my heart, 'cause I can't keep guessing if it's me you're missing. Tell it to my heart. Tell it, please say it. Tell it to my heart, Tell it to my
All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for a night. That would be the best therapy for me. All the crazy shit I did tonight, those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for a night. That would be the best therapy for me. did tonight. Those would be the best memories. I just wanna let it go for tonight. That would be the best therapy for me.
Play out the coupe at the lot. Told her fuck 12, fuck swap. Busting all the bells out the box. I just hit a lick with the box. Had to put the stick in the box. Pour up the whole damn seal. I'ma get lazy. I got the mojo deals. We been trapping like the 80s.
Bored in the house and I'm in the house bored. Bored in the house and I'm in the house bored. Bored in the motherfucking house bored. And I'm bored in the motherfucking house bored.
What? Sorry, just quickly. What if it's da 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 down 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 down
Just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. 5 days on the freeway, riding shotgun with you. 2 hearts in the fast lane, we had big dreams in blue. Playing sweet child of mine, and I still feel that line. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long ago, my love. Where did we go wrong? Too late to turn around. Where are you now? Where are you now? Hey, it's been too long. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head. You're just like my favorite song going round and round my head. Like my favorite song going round and round my head.
Got my flushing, it's true. Need a picture of you, it's so magical. We've been so fantastical. Glitter and jeans, got a rush glamorous. Not sure what it means, but it's for the of us. It don't have the price. Ready for those flashing lights. Cause you know that baby I'm your biggest fan. There's no other superstar, you know that I'll be paparazzi. Promise I'll be kind. We always do until love all is mine. Baby, there's no other superstar, you know that I'll be paparazzi.
Baby bet, ayy, couple racks, ayy, couple Grammys on him, couple plaques, ayy, that's a fact, ayy, throw it back, ayy, throw it back, ayy, and this one is for the champion, ain't lost since I began, yo. Funny how you said it was the end, then I went did it again, yo. I told you long ago on the road, I got what they waiting for.
Apple bottom jean boots with the fur. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shawty got low. Them baggy sweatpants and the Reeboks with the straps. Turned around and gave that big booty a smash. She hit the floor. Next thing you know, shawty got low.
And this one is for the champion. And y'all since I began. Funny how you said it was the year. Then I went did it again.
Come on.
Shawty got them bottom jeans. The whole club was looking at her. She hit the next thing you know, shawty got low.
What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. What you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. Ay, what you know about rolling down in the deep? When your brain goes numb, you can call that mental freeze. When these people talk too much, put that shit in slow motion. Yeah, I feel like an astronaut in the ocean. She say that I'm cool. I'm like, yeah, that's true.
When gonna stop breaking my heart? I don't wanna be another one. Praying for the things I never done. Don't let go, my love. Just watch me dance. Just watch me. Just watch me. Tonight we're going all out.
Let's get down to business. Give me one more night to get this. We've had a million nights just like this. So let's get down to let's get down to business. Give you one more night, got this. We've had a million nights just like this. Let's get down to business.
You notice I'm trying to get away from you, trying to get away from you. I hope that you notice I still don't care what you do, still don't care what you do. Why you still here, banging on my door like you got nothing else to do? Why you still here, why you still here, why you still here? Cause you don't want my heart, you don't want my kisses, babe. You just wanna fuck, I don't get the reason, babe. You tear me apart, tear me into pieces, babe. You just wanna fuck, I don't get the reason, babe. Yeah.
You left your ugly sweater so that I can't forget you. I'm so fed up when you're around, round. And when I'm feeling better, you always find a way to get in my head and bring me down. I tried and tried and tried, but I can't let go. So come set me free. I'm done feeling blue. I'm falling apart. A faded love. I'm counting to 3. I hear the alarm. I'm falling apart. A faded love. So come set me free. So come set me free. So come set me free.
Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. Every time the sun goes down, I let you take control. I can feel the paradise before my world implodes. And tonight had something wonderful. My bad habits lead to late nights sitting alone. Conversations with a stranger, I barely know. Swearing this will be the last, but it probably won't. I got nothing left to lose or use or do. My bad habits lead to white eyes staring into space, and I know I lose control of the things that I say. Yeah, I was looking for a way out, now I can't escape. Nothing happens after 2. It's true, my bad habits lead to you. In space, right, in space, and into my body, in space, and I need space. In space, right, in space, and into my body, in space, and I
I'll keep it secret. Oh my, I'll keep it hush if we do something dumb tonight. So many reasons. Oh my, we should know better. Not talk about sex, but I don't wanna stop it. No, no, no. If I'm being honest, whoa. I've been thinking about you every night, every day. I can tell your body feel the same, feel the same. Put our hands in places we don't want them to know. Come and meet me where the lights are low. She say let's do this. Oh my, a little less talking, a little more lips on mine. Let's get into it. Oh my, I know I said let's not end up in bed, but I don't wanna stop it. No, no, no. If I'm being honest, whoa. I've been thinking about you every night, every day. I can tell your body feel the same, feel the same. Put our hands in places we don't want them to know. Come and meet me where the lights are low.
Friday then, it's Saturday, Sunday.
get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah. Oh, sometimes I get a good feeling, yeah. Get a feeling that I never had before. No, I get a good feeling, yeah.
Lately, I've been thinking, I want you to be happier, I want you to be happier. When the morning comes, and we see what we've become. In the cold light of day, we're a flame in the wind of the fight we begun. Every argument, every word we can't take back. Cause with all that has happened, I think that we both know the way that the story ends. Then only for a minute, I want to change my mind. Cause this just don't feel right to me. I wanna raise your spirits, I want to see you smile, but no, that means I'll have to leave. This that hot girl by my anthem, turn it up and throw a tantrum. This that throw up in your Birkin bag, hook up with someone random. This that social awkward suicide, that by your lips and by your likes. I swear she had a man, but shit hit different when it's Thursday night. That college dropout music, every day like that she be too thick. And my friends are all annoying, but we go dumb, yeah, we go stupid. This the 10K on the table just so we can be secluded. And the vodka came diluted, one more line, I'm superhuman. Fuck you, and you, and you. I hate your friends and they hate me too. I'm through, I'm through, I'm through. It's that hot girl by my anthem, turn it up and throw a tantrum.
Alors, qui dit études, qui travaille, qui dit taf, je te dis les thunes, qui dit argent, dit dépenses, qui dit crédit, dit créance, qui dit dette, te dit huissier, et lui dit assis dans la merde, qui dit amour, dit les gosses, dit toujours et dit divorce, qui dit proche, te dit deuil, car les problèmes ne viennent pas seuls, qui dit crise, te dit monde, qui dit famine, dit tiers-monde, et qui dit fatigue, dit réveil, encore sur de la veille, alors on sort pour oublier tous les problèmes. Alors on danse. 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 Yeah.
watch me dance. Just watch me.
Zany boss, suicide door, brand new bag. College girls can in my eyes. Rockstar life, so much money, I'll make you laugh. Hey, they hate and you can't miss what you never had. Hey, hey, off the juice, Cody got me tripping. Cut the coupe, water roof is missing. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Ice, lemonade, my neck was tripping. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man and his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You change your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the out time, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge, rider. And the last known survivor steps his way in the night. And he's watching us go with the of the tiger. Rising up, back on the street. Did my time, took my chances. Went the distance, now I'm back on my feet. Just a man on his will to survive. So many times it happens too fast. You change your passion for glory. Don't lose your grip on the dreams of the past. You must fight just to keep them alive. It's the eye of the tiger, it's the thrill of the fight. Rising up to the challenge of the rider. And the last known survivor stops his prey in the night. And he's watching us go with the eye of the tiger.
I was in the corner with the body screaming noise. Grab a soda, back in my brother. This gon' make me feel when I tell the world. You already know. You
it's a movie. Blue cheese, I swear I'm addicted to blue cheese. Bitch, I'm outside, it's a movie. Blue cheese, I swear I'm addicted to blue cheese. It's a movie. Blue cheese, I swear I'm addicted to blue cheese. I gotta stick to this paper like blue sleep. Talking about my chicken like it's a two-piece. You can have your bitch back, she a groupie. She just throw all my kids in a two-seat. Swagged out, familiar be bringing them cats out. I still got some racks stuffed in the trap house. Off the 42, I'm blowing her back out. I'm back on my bullshit. Spin back with a full clip. They say I'm moving ruthless. And my shooters, they shooting. I won't take it, they ruthless. I get the breeze, then it's adios. If I'm with your trees, then she give it. When I see police, then we getting low. That's another piece, that's another zone. Ice in the BBs, now she gotta get treachy. I got orders with her on me like Fiji. I'm posted up with hats and the sleazies. Smoking the Zaza, they go straight to the Mata. Then I'm up in the chopper, hitting the cha-cha. Open his lata, then he hits my cha-cha. They go straight to the Mata. Then I'm up in the chopper, hitting the cha-cha. Then I'm open his lata, then he hits my cha-cha. Bitch, I'm outside of some movie. Blue cheese, I swear I'm addicted to blue cheese. I gotta stick to this paper like Lucy. Talking about my chicken like it's a two-piece. You can have your bitch back, she a groupie. She just throw all my kids in a two-seat.
Mama said, fulfill the prophecy, be something greater. Go make a legacy, manifest destiny. Back in the days we wanted everything, wanted everything. Mama said, burn your biographies, rewrite your history. Light up your wildest dreams, museum victories. Every day we wanted everything, wanted everything. Had to have high hopes for a living, shooting for the stars, but I couldn't make a killing. Didn't have a doubt, but I always had a vision, always had high hopes. Had
I know we almost had it all, but the time wasn't right. I should've loved you more, but there's no going back. Still, I need you to know that I'm not who I was before. No, I think of you every day, every night. You said you needed space and you needed time, and I want you to know what it wasn't right. Wish I could take it, I wish I would.
Promised you would never leave me. Oh, how I'd hold on to those words. Since you've been gone, it isn't easy. And late at night, it's getting worse. Memories hard to erase. Everywhere I see your face, your face. It's a blessing and a curse. I wanna see you, but it hurts. It hurts. Let go, I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo. Bring me back, so I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo, 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 echo. Let go, I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo. Bring me back, so I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo, echo. Let go, I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo. Bring me back, so I don't wanna let go. Cause wherever I go, I can hear your echo, echo.
When you feel so sad and cry, just close your eyes, I'll be by your side. Don't forget to not be lonely. I'll be with you, you'll never be lonely. Never be lonely, never be lonely. Never be lonely, never be lonely.
We'll be playing red light, green light.
Green light.
Red light. Green light. Go.
Hit the strobe. Hit the strobe. Hit the strobe. Hit the strobe.
Tell me you're alone, cause I don't wanna wake up on my own. Got I'm gonna call, you ain't another number in my phone. I'ma tell you straight, if we go hard, ain't going home. Fill up a car, you and me be drinking it up. I love it, I love it when you call me. I love it, I love it when you call me puppy. I love it, I love it when you call me. I love it when you call me puppy. 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 I love it when you call me puppy.
Way, woman who be thinking we soft, we don't play. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hold up. Hey, woman who be thinking we soft, we don't play. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hold up. Hey, woman who be thinking we soft, we don't play. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hold up. Hey, woman who be thinking we soft, we don't play. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Hold up. Hey, woman who be thinking we soft, we don't play. Hope you're ready for the next episode. Give it to me.
See us in the club, we'll be acting real nice. If you see us on the floor, you'll be watching all night. We ain't here to hurt nobody. So give it to me, give it to me, give it to me. Wanna see you work your body. So give it to me, give it to me, give it to me.
Bring some boys in the party, everybody put up their hands. I get a half a meal for my beach, you get a couple bread. Never gon' see the day that I ain't got the upper hand. I'm respected from California, ain't way down to Japan. I'm a real producer and you just a piano man. Your songs don't top the charts, I heard them, I'm not a fan. Niggas talking greasy, I'm the one that gave them the chance. Somebody need to tell them that they can't do it like I can.
Too sexy for this chain, too sexy for your game, too sexy for this fame. Yeah,
Too sexy for the trap, too sexy for that cat, too sexy for that chat. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, I'm feeling too sexy to accept requests. And I'm way too sexy to go unprotected. And she popped a Tesla, now she gonna electric. Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, think we got too sexy for that metro housing. Diamond popped out, almost swallowed 60,000. Section need more things in here, I like it crowded. Yeah, I like it crowded. Oh, you like the boy? Well, tell me what you like about him. You a turned a little thotty, ain't no wife about it. I'ma fuck her friends and send her back to metro housing.
Too sexy for your blood. Too sexy for your blood. Too sexy for your blood. Yeah, yeah.
Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, I'm feeling too sexy to accept requests. And I'm way too sexy to go unprotected. And she popped a Tesla, now she gonna let you. Okay, alright, that's fine. Okay, think we got too sexy for that metro house. Diamond popped out, almost swallowed 50,000. Section need more time.
Work that, pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Work that, pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Work that, pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Work that, pop that booty, pop that booty, pop that, work that, pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Work that, pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Pop that, 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 pop, 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 pop.
Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Make it slap, make it slap.
Work that, make that body works.
Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap. Pop that booty, make it slap. Pop that booty, let me see you make it slap.
So outspoken, you don't even notice. Every word you say gets right under my skin. Out of focus, but your heart is open. Always trying when I feel like giving in. Keep breaking hearts to pieces. I know I'm the only reason. I'm afraid you're getting over us. Wasted love, don't give up. While you're trying to save us, I'm out trying not to get wasted. Love, wake me up. Oh, tell me I'm dreaming the safest. Ain't another wasted love. Wasted love. My emotions overflowing. Ocean takes me to the point I can't control myself. If I knew how to find the words I tell you, I admit that sometimes I can use your love. Keep making hearts to pieces. I know I'm the only reason. I'm afraid you're getting over. Wasted love, don't give up. While you're trying to save us, I'm out trying not to get wasted. Love, wake me up. Oh, tell me I'm doing the safest. Ain't another wasted love.